I'm so proud of you guys. You got 1 point today. Wow. Y'all are cooking. I cannot believe this, guys. You actually got 1 point today. I'm so proud of y'all. I'm so very proud of all of you. Wow. Congratulations, guys. You really did it. Wait, no. Okay, that is not nice. That is not nice. That is not nice either. That is mean. That is mean too.
There's another freaking photograph.
I want you all to know, chat. I want you all to know. I know where all of you live. That's right. I haven't told you this, but I'm such good friends with Santa. I know where all of y'all live. I will come to your house right now. I will talk to him. And
it reminds me of the photograph. Before the photo of that photograph.
All right, you know what? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. You know what? You know what, chat?
_void says, is elara
yeah.
short? Walk _the_ void. Why are you worried about Elara's height? Maybe chat should worry about their own business instead. Keep the focus on yourself.
You tell them, Elara. You tell them. Also, chat, you're all fired. Every single one of you. You're fired. You're done. You're done. You're out of here. Get out of my army. You're done, chat. You're done. What's up, everybody? Good morning. How are you? Welcome to Subathon Day 306. And another day, another Google Docu coverage. We have more to cover about the SINDER document. We're going to be finishing up the analyst section and moving on to the rest of the sections, which is quite a lot to discuss. I'm hoping to mostly get through the document or finish the document today. If not, we will continue tomorrow. Yes, the analyst section is really long. A lot of the other sections kind of repeat a lot of the same messages. So we're getting through the hard part. We're getting through the hard part. So how are you guys today? Good morning. What's up with all of y'all today? How are you? What I missed since yesterday night? I got done with streaming, and then I went and worked on a few more things, and then I slept. I went to bed very early, so I'm so ready for this talk to lower my IQ by 500 points. Hasn't it already? We need to pursue this talk with no filler. I really wish we could. What's up, Kiwi? How are you? Welcome in. Welcome to the SINDER doc coverage, part number 3. That's right. This is stream number 3 that I've been covering on this. Absolutely crazy. Look at this Google Doc. It's a doc of a Google Doc. There's a Google of a Google Doc. And we're gonna fucking explode. Yes, a Google Doc of a Google Doc. You know how it be. So, how are you guys today? What's up? Good morning. I had a crazy morning. Oh my god. I woke up to a really crazy DM. So I was trying to deal with that and of course get everything put together today. So I'm doing pretty good. How are you? What's up with you, sweetheart? Yeah, how's things going with you today? What's up, Camden? What's up? Welcome in my YouTube friends as well. It's great to see all of you. Like I said, we have a lot to discuss today. A lot to discuss today, as always, especially when we go through big Google Doc. I gotta say, this is my biggest one I've ever tackled. Looking at what 1,000 pages. That by far is my biggest one. I thought the Adora one was gonna be the biggest one, but this one by far is definitely it's a feat, guys. But I will tell you this. With this being the with this getting to the next section, chat, a lot of the screenshots are repeats of the same stuff that we've already seen. So we will get to move quite a lot faster, especially in the BIOS section, because it already has a lot of other stuff from some other sections as well. So coming over 1K pages, yeah. The thing is, so it deserves the time, right? It deserves the conversation. We can't just ignore everything, right? We got to look at what's going on. And even though there's only little nuggets of information, we still got to dig into it, right? Especially all the stuff with analysts. There was some big moments in there, right? Big moments that we ended up discovering, right? We discovered that she admitted she was influenced, and then of course she was also the first person to bring up the exclusivity deal, which was something we didn't know. Well, I finished a Google Doc. You try again. Your tweet said there are 12 hours left on the timer. There are 12 hours left on the timer. Wait, did it do the thing again? Oh my god, hold on. It's doing that thing again where it gives y'all a bunch of free time. Wait a second. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can get this to work right. Yeah, what the fuck? Why is my timer being all goofy? Okay, now it's right. Now it's right. You get a free 9 minutes today, chat. You get a free 9 minutes today. You're like, wait, there goes 4 hours. No. Oh my god, yeah. Good job, Thanatos. Let's go, Thanatos. I would have never fucking noticed. I know it did mess up my count, but that doesn't matter because we have a dance party, chat. It's dance party time. Nice. What a good way to wake up in the morning. Holy shit. Yes, what a great way to wake up. So, yeah, the counts can be messed up, but don't worry about that. I'll fix that later. So, yeah, don't even worry about that. I'll fix that. Yeah, y'all are getting a bunch of free time. What the fuck is with that, chat? Y'all are a bunch of cheaters. Y'all are a bunch of cheaters. What is with that, chat? Y'all are a bunch of cheaters. Did you plan this? Did you plan this, chat? Did you? What is? What is? What is this? Oh my god! I feel like boom, wham. Oh my god! I don't think I've ever seen this on random. This is wild as fuck. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this on random. Holy shit! Well, like there's all those things you can get on random, right? I guess this is one of them. Oh my god! What? What? Why do I look so derpy, bro? Why do I look so fucking derpy? Stop making me look derpy, chat. I'm not this derpy. I'm a beautiful, lovely, wonderful elf. How could you do this to me, chat? I thought you guys loved me. Boing boing on it, crazy style dial. You forgot the dial. So, but yes, we are going to be diving into the Cinder document again for day number 3. I am hoping to finish it today. But if we do need to go another day, that's totally fine. I am dedicated to playing Doom, apparently. Okay. I love when they freak out and they're just like... I love that part when they turn red. It's so cute. They're shaking their little booties. It's so cute. Yes, it's actually some good memes, finally. The new music is playing. Time to lock in. Yeah, seriously. It's a long redeem. Holy shit. I mean, it does cost like $5 to redeem, so, I mean, I guess it's worth it, right? Favorite continue to read this? Absolutely, yeah. It's been an interesting read so far. I mean, again, I feel like there are some things that we need to get down, but at the same time, I think we found a lot of very pertinent information for everything kind of going along, right? So last where we ended, guys, it was talking about, I believe, mod number 1. I think it was mod number 1, right? I gotta double check here. Yeah, but I know that we were talking. Let's see. Consider, yeah, blah 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 blah. Yeah, they were talking about there was a mod that they had talked to. And I think we gotta look into that part as well. I'm sad. I thought I had it like pulled up immediately. Okay, well I'll find it. But did you know the what? No, lazy. I don't want to know that. Artist number 1. That's it. I had to find it though. I thought I had it pulled up. Um, yeah, I think I lost my spot. Let me see if I can find it, and we'll get started. Um, yeah, I definitely lost my spot. Because I mean, I know we got pretty far towards the end, so okay, anyway, we're gonna hop into it right now. So if you guys are ready, everybody do me a favor, type news And let's get right into it, guys. I thought I did have it originally. I did have my spot, but I lost it when I zoomed in on this thing. So I don't want you guys to be able to see most of it as well. Um, I was not this far. I was not this far. No, I was that far. No, I definitely was that far. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found it. I found it, Dad. Here we go. I found it. I found it. Let's just start at the beginning. Imagine. Yeah, let's just start at the beginning, guys. Holy shit, imagine, imagine. Oh yeah, I mean, again, I told you guys we would read through all of this, so, I'm committed to it. I'm committed to it with you guys, so, um, here we go, let's keep going, and we're gonna be talking about Artist 1 today. So, Artist 1, sorry, I was thinking it was Mod 1, because there's a part with a mod. Um, yeah, we're gonna be talking about Artist 1 today, chat. To finish off this document, there's only 50 pages left in the analyst part. And then a lot of this, especially in the bow section, is repeats. So we can kind of obviously skip over that just because, again, it's repeats. I already got my notes pulled up right here. So here we go, guys. Let's do it. Give it to us, elara.
The next event in the timeline with Nano was when she and Red made their exclusivity deal. But before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place. There was another person we were consistently working with, and that was artist number 1. They wanted to discuss a permanent, paid position with us, and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. There is more that happened with artist number 1 in Bows and Silvervale's sections of this document. January 9th, 2024, artist number 1 messaged Red to pitch in their idea.
I was kind of talking about this yesterday, right? But I was telling you that typically, a lot of people don't do exclusivity, instead they just give priority. I think it's a lot healthier for everybody involved, but, nonetheless, I'm not the one making the deals here. So, also when you get some time, got some business to talk about. Red, what's up? This is artist number 1, by the way. Okay, so given the past month, I'm pretty much only working on SINDER stuff, upcoming planned projects of all kinds you had in mind, and the workload forecast in general, anything I wanted to pitch an idea your way for you to think about. It's not small, but I figured I'd flip the idea your way and see what you think of it. Red, just taking notes. Artist says, what do you think of changing the way we do things from a commission base to something more in line with a permanent salaried position? So that is not, number one, that is not an exclusivity. That is just a salaried position where we're going to be like, hey, I'll work for you 40 hours a week, etc. Right? That doesn't mean that it would only work for them, but a salaried position is essentially, your 99% of the work is for that person. I think it's an important distinction to make. More in line with a permanent salary position. And some of the concerns that were brought up before were surrounding availability, being able to clone myself. I was thinking to this way, be able to guarantee 40 hours a week dedicated entirely to SINDER, as well as a flexible schedule and availability to match the needs of the team. Okay, the full range of my skill set would be the disposal team. In addition to the core disciplines like animation, rigging, VFX, and that kind of stuff, I'd also be able to stuff like project management, graphic design, merch photos, IT, web dev, and basically whatever else I can do or needed. And since all the work is done, this result basically be in-house. There be no commercial rights or else tied to it. Obviously, need to answer straight away. This is not by any means insignificant, but take the time to think about it. I mean, I don't know if I would say this is exclusivity, right? I would just say it's more, I wouldn't say this is like exclusivity, chat. I would just say it's more along the lines of like, a more like dedicated position to them, unless they mention it in the future, right? So Red says, kind of unreasonable ask, would you mind asking for a month's pay? Like our editor, will you pay month to month as a fixed amount? Artist says, so given a wide range of skills, background, extensive work experience, I think somebody potentially arrange a blank a month. Also open to negotiate. Red says, I'll talk to SINDER about it. So like, I don't read that as exclusivity. I just read that as like, I'm working for you specifically full time. That doesn't mean they can't work on other projects. So yeah, it's just like an employment rather than exclusivity.
Artist number 1 messaged Red the next morning about our video editor, and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the
Okay,
field.
so here it is.
In the brief conversation Red and I had about it, we agreed that if we were going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor, we'd want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them.
Yo, what's up, Leo? How are you? I guess inherently for me, chat, I don't really understand exclusivity anyway, because the artist should be able to work, or whoever this is, right? The artist should be able to work with whoever they want to. Like, if they're giving you most of their focus, you're already winning out, right? So why do you need all of their business, I guess? You know what I mean? Like, I don't really, I don't understand that. Personally, at least for me, right? Because I want the artists to be able to take on other projects, make money for themselves. But anyway, I was wondering, the editor you have on payroll, do you have some sort of non-compete exclusivity agreement with them? For example, assuming it is blank, he can only edit for you in Bow or something. Red, it is blank, and with him, it's kind of a spoken agreement thing. We'd offered him to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. But yeah, he's just us and Bow. Okay, I was asking because I had some time to think about comment yesterday, reflecting on competitiveness in the field and singing at the top, brought on by the blank bit. I thought in the event that we do work something out, I'd be willing to offer some sort of VTuber non-compete exclusivity policy and sometime work with him. I mean, if the artist wants to do that, that's their prerogative, right? Just again, I think that for me, right, even as like somebody that does consultation work, I would not want exclusivity because I would want to make myself available for other stuff. But if the artist brought it up, okay, that's fine, right? That's their prerogative. So for example, things are pretty unique to Cinder, such as the Model V FX work on the blank. I'd only do exclusively for Cinder. Brett says that's something Cinder and I were thinking about. I didn't really want to talk about it yet much. Okay, so they kind of they're saying they got this idea of exclusivity from this artist,
the
right?
next time Red and I talked about this,
right,
he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano had suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to artist number 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again.
Okay.
In my apology I said, we had come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push onto her, and it was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. What I should have said was negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned.
I don't know if it's necessarily like, we were thinking of asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned, because she's in charge of that stuff, right? It's more about the exclusivity would cut off the opportunity for other people to work with Nano in the future, right? So again, my thought process, in my opinion, chat, I do not like exclusivity. I just think that it's not beneficial for the artist as a whole. They could still do salaried work and still do other stuff on the side, but again, I'm also not the artist in that situation, right? So I can't make that decision. It's going to be based on the individual, right? So everybody's in a different situation. I just think overall, as like a general statement, I don't think exclusivity is the way to go. But if it works for you, more power to you, I guess, right?
Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients, and to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched.
Again, this right here is inherently problematic. I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from somebody else. You made that problematic, right? You're the one, Red and Cinder, you're the one that made that problematic about you getting compared to them. What was the comparisons there? Well, according to Naners, yes, but it is on you to decide what you do with that, right? So again, saying, Silver wouldn't be able to get another model for Nano, someone get compared. Well, it wouldn't even matter who the model artist was. Going off what Naners said, how they were getting compared to for years, it would have happened anyway, right? So This just sounds, again, this is just rooted in jealousy.
This is what I said about Silvervale in my apology
You know what I
in
mean?
regards to
It's
this
just rooted in
exclusivity
jealousy.
deal. So
What's
at
up,
the
Captain?
point
How are
I
you?
was working with Nano consistently, we brought up not making any more models for her. If a vtuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or have that shared similarity. It was a wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years, but no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano.
Right, because you guys love Nano,
I said
right?
it was a constant
you were gonna
topic
walk away.
with Nano, or that Red pushed harder for this,
Well, it was.
other than being overly apologetic. Red only had any meaningful conversation about Silver with Nano in May and July of 2023. And 2 situations that involved her in November of 2023, and January of 2020.
I mean, even if you say, I don't know why it was like constant topic with Nano, here's all the times you mention it, right? I would say this is enough for me to look at this and go, yeah, this is pretty at least consistent, right? Like, you talked about it multiple times, right? You talked about it multiple times, so clearly it's not just like, it may not be, I guess, a definition of constant, but it was certainly enough where you were discussing it enough times. And obviously, again, you found Silvervale to be competition you, right? So I feel like this is just splitting hairs, chat, about the definition of constant. Like, well, you still talked about it enough with Nano and spoke, or I'm sorry, badmouth Silvervale that, you know, I would say it at least was enough. You know what I mean?
There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with, not an entire list. I was overly apologetic here, and saying we were pressuring her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver when talking about exclusivity, which he did. The only projects Nano would have reconsidered would have been future ones. Hers was the only name
I got
Red
words
and
for
I
this.
discussed. As for the exclusivity with artist number 1, Red
I got
and I
words for
had
this.
only agreed that we wanted to have it for their work, and didn't talk about naming anyone to them.
I was overly apologetic here and saying we were pressuring her was false. So this is like, this just adds to the list of things that she says that she's lied about. She lied about the omission stuff for spite. She's lied about this as well, apparently. Like, guys, how many times can another person how many times can a person lie about stuff in their document and be like, oh, well, no, actually, I backtrack on that. It's just like, dude, how are we supposed to believe you? Legitimately, how am I supposed to believe you, Cinder? Because it feels like you've lied and 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 lied so many times. You know, you're saying also that, you know, I was overly apologetic, you know, be responsible for naming or pressuring Nano to reconsider projects. You may not feel like you pressured them, but it doesn't mean that they didn't feel pressured, right? So I just feel like reading this whole document, really for me, like specifically, I'm just like, I'm a real sinner. I think it's hard to believe you. I just question you more because as much as you want to split hairs and as much as you want to prove otherwise, yes, is there stuff about Nano? Absolutely, chat. We have acknowledged that. But the fact that you continue to lie so many times throughout the document, or at least admit that you lied about stuff, how am I supposed to trust anything that you are trying to prove to us, right? I mean, I'm doing my best to help you guys and move through it, and of course, like, push through and try to be very nuanced. But how am I, as a person that's in a reader, right, a normal average person in good faith, supposed to believe all the stuff you say when you lie so much?
This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day, or even knew he had until after they had already come to an agreement, without my involvement.
Like, how many times are you gonna believe a liar, you know?
To Nano in their private DMs, and not in our project server chat where all 3 of us were.
Okay,
the quotes
so
from
that
my
does clear that
apology
up.
above refer to this deal they made. In Nano's and Bao's documents, this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. Red, this was the second of 4 total times. with 3 different artists, I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document.
What's
in
up,
this
Alex?
instance, it was in negotiations for an exclusivity deal.
Like, now that we've read through the document, right? Let's say, like, let's say hypothetically, somebody in chat is like, you know what? I'm not gonna read this because Cinder lies all the time, and I just don't believe anything in here. You know, like, I couldn't follow you for that. Using the term lying here is a bit of a stretch. You must understand usage. She did just certain things. Original response didn't feel as relevant, but addressed now. That's lying by omission, Link. Yeah, that's lying by omission. He also goes on to say right here, right? I was overly apologetic here and say we were pressuring her was false. So again, I at least misrepresented what she said, right? So she definitely lied by omission, right? 100%. And I don't think you can feel differently on that. I'm sorry. I'm definitely gonna, I will stand my ground pretty heavily on that one. She admitted she lied about it, right? You can't just be like, oh, she didn't address it. Like, there's definitely just stuff about spite here. I can scroll back up and find my notes. About it again. I have so many notes, man. I lied about not knowing you spoke to her about spite. My apology to avoid talking about it. That's lying by omission. Wasn't relevant before if she saw fit to be more thorough here. No, Link, I'm talking about this in particular. She lied about not knowing that he spoke to her about spite. In my apology to avoid talking about it. This is lying by omission. I mean, sure, you could say that. Well, this wasn't really relevant, right? So, you know, she didn't want to talk about it. I mean, I guess there's an argument to be made. I'm going to be honest, though. As many times as you continue to not include information that most of us would find relevant, I guess you have to, on a personal basis, decide if it's relevant or not. I think it's relevant, but that's my opinion. But the stuff about spite, that's clear cut, dude. Diego, thank you so much for the tier 3. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're talking about the spite stuff. Yeah, she lied by omission. She admits it too. Lie is not a stretch here. She even uses the words, I lied. I mean, she admits it. I lied about not knowing I spoke to her about spite. My apology to avoid talking about it. Lie would not be a stretch because she says she lied. She admitted she lied. She lied by omission. Or even, yeah, you can say direct lie. She denied knowing about it. That too. Yeah, sorry. I gotta call you out on that, Link. It's a lie. She straight up lied right there. Now this part right here that you're saying otherwise. I just didn't know. Excuse the video. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her that day. Even to come to agreement, Red brought it up. Again, like Red brought it up to Nino in their private DM, so she didn't know about it in the the server, which was a question I had. I'm saying it's also a stretch by her own usage. I disagree. I disagree very heavily on that, Link. It was absolutely relevant. Actually, all information is relevant when it comes to defending yourself from being canceled. So I'm going to strongly, respectfully disagree with you on that and move on here. So I never specifically asked someone to not work with someone else, which I presented this document. In this instance, it was all negotiations for an exclusivity deal. I mean, guys, I mean, I'll just ask you guys, you know, and don't gaslight me, like, tell me the truth. Do you think that Cinder has lied multiple times in this document? Yes or no? Let me know how you feel. Red, I need to be open to kind of model exclusivity deal where you're planning on talking on more new kids. So Red kind of revisits this in January, but they have talked about it multiple times, right? They have talked about it multiple times, so it's not unusual that he brought this up, right? Yeah, no, I don't mind taking it, just not sure how to make it a fair deal. Red, I just have some ideas for what do you think you need to make work. Or, Nano, you have no idea. I've never been in this situation. Red, I mean, like, if you wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you. Maybe you can share any ideas and I can check what I think. Okay, so I got some ideas for this, I guess. Right, I was driving. What are you thinking? Okay, so as help from my friends, I don't know it's you. No worries. So it's a monthly fee calculating my monthly earnings. Also, how long would this be if this counts for model started work time? So kind of like a month-to-month salary or something. What questions? How many times has she told the truth? Yeah, yeah. That is the real question. Thanks for the hype train, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Brad, well, I think the main things you're looking for, you're not taking on any brand new model clients and not making any new model outfits with Silver Veil again. So, I mean, again, this is just, okay, yes, I do understand. By our notes that we already talked about that, yes, Nano was the first one to bring up the exclusivity deal. 100% we've clarified that. However, Brad goes out of his way to ask not any new model outfits with Silver Veil again. I mean, this is this is clearly targeted towards Silver Veil. The targeting continues about the people that you felt were your quote-unquote competition, right? So I don't really know how anybody could read this document and say, oh, well, guess what? Because we have all this evidence that we weren't very bad and very competitive, and this is the way we looked at it. But like, even as recently as January 15th, like you're clearly targeting Silver Veil, and you're like, oh, it only happened these times. Well, that's like multiple times too many, like you clearly still have something against her targeting this in particular, right? Yeah, I agree with that. Silver Veil exclusion is definitely what Cinder Red are most guilty of out of everything. I'm going to add that in my notes. I'm going to take out the IMO, but I agree with you on that. But let's see what Red had to say about it.
What I told Nano we were looking for was exactly what Cinder and I agreed to. Not taking on any brand new model clients, and not to make any more models or outfits with Silver Veil. Existing model clients and artwork commissions wouldn't be affected. This was so Nano would have more time to focus on our projects, and was the only other time since November 2023 that I ever mentioned anything about the value of Nano's models. The more there were, I wanted to preserve the value of existing Nano models,
he told you it bothered her.
And the more models Nano accepted, the more recurring clients she'd have, meaning she'd have less time for any projects we may ask her to for. Models were the most time-consuming thing she did. We never considered including and cutting off any of Nano's existing model clients since many of them were our friends. Besides Silver, Cinder has always been supportive of anyone who's debuted a model by Nano.
Even if that's the case, Cinder's always been supportive. You were not, right? I want to preserve the value of existing Nano models. Again, here's the pattern of the thought process. Like Cinder's the more model Nano, except the more recurring clients she'd have, meaning she'd have less time for any projects we may ask her for to do. This is fundamentally rooted in your timeline, your projects, your deadlines, etc. Right? This is rooted in you being the main character and the things that you want. This to me reads, chat, that they are only perpetually worried about themselves. This is selfishness. I don't think comparison is what they were doing by competition. Sure, but I mean, even still, like, right, like, less time for any projects we may ask her for to do. It's just, it reads to me so much like you are just constantly looking for a way to make sure that your stuff comes first, right? Which, in a business sense, I get where you're coming from, but with this whole pattern of this constant type of behavior, right? It's just problematic. It's problematic, right? So I think you could see, I'm just gonna like copy this sentence because I feel like it's good to have, and we can kind of point out some stuff in it later. Brad, well, I think the main things we're looking for are you not to take on any brand new model. Okay, I already read that. This part. You should be able to work on model outfits and all your other existing babies, and your artwork comps would be affected. And one of our other concerns is more that nano babies means more nano models. Don't have the same value anymore. You said this like 2 years ago, right? And it bothered her, right? She pointed this out, how it bothered her.
I have the eye patch to prove it.
Right, exactly. But like, she already pointed out how this bothered her. You would think that you wouldn't repeat the same problem again, right? On second is that there's a few people that we could just rather not be able to have a model. Wait, and second is that there's a few people that we would not rather not be able to have a model from you. But let me read that again, Chad. Thank you for the hype train. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate all of your support, guys. Thank you. I mean, read this again. And second is that there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. That's clearly bad intention. That's clearly bad intention. Like, are they trying to prove that they were not impressing something upon her? Because right here definitely shows that you were pressuring her. Maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I bring this up is that there's a lot of bias with another one of our partners with certain creators, and we'd rather these creators not have what makes Cinder unique, which is your artwork. Yeah, you know, not her or being talented or any of that, right? It's just her artwork. I read just drama. Anime, I know who these people are. Red, Silver, Bow, and Cotton. Why do you need to share this? You were trying to influence her here. Red influences, you know, on 1/15. Sorry, I'm just putting notes here, chat, because it's important, right? So, and the notes I put here are, Red influences Nano, 115, talking about drama, and a few people would rather not be able to have a model from you, aka Nano. So that, I mean, it's a bad look, dude. And my Red dissent to me, especially to friend, assume they consider Nano, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm Val on my list. Red, well, I brought that up in the conversation too late. It's okay, Nano. You don't need to make any changes. Are you using this as proof that you didn't, like, be a shitty person? Because you were already a shitty person. Just so you can sit there and say, oh, you don't need to make any changes. Well, number one, it was already too late, right? But number two, like, she doesn't owe you any changes. So, are you sure? I'm not really down to work. I'm not really down to working with people who Cinder doesn't want to. Red, yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus, none of us can leave our chat. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think so far? It's important to remember that at the beginning of the talk, they list out what they were each. We're guilty of and did include this. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did, which is explained in her section, and I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend and because I knew she was on Nano's waitlist in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Cinder.
I mean, I know they did say they fucked up on certain parts,
but I thought about Bao.
Even still, like, we had to point it out, you know?
With Nano, then I wanted to try to include Bao at the very least. Including their names here was entirely on me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And sadly, because of your, yeah, absolutely. He knew what he was doing here. Sadly, it reflects poorly on Cinder because you are her manager and her representative, right? You're her liaison, essentially.
I didn't want them to be able to get a model from Nano, but I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew Nano didn't have
Cinder's
anything lined up
so
with Silver. The last time I heard she had Cotton down for a model was when she cancelled it in 2023, and I was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist after Nano cancelled on her the first time in August, since that was the last time Nano mentioned it.
I will point out again, like, I was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist. I mean, it's not even your business, right? It's really, really not your business, who Nano was working with, right? So again, it just feels like there's, a sense of entitlement on um, it feels like a sense of entitlement, knowing who Nano is working with all the time. At least that's how it comes across to me. And this is not the first time that I've said that as well. So I just always get that sense of that. It really feels that way. Right, maybe so, Tara. That's a good way to look at it. But I do want to take a moment to talk about something important, right, chap? If you are somebody's representative, if you are their liaison, right, you have to have a sense of responsibility to that person, right? A sense of understanding that your words really, really matter, right? So if you are saying these types of things, you have to know, you have to understand that it reflects poorly on whoever you're representing, right?
I had no idea Nano even had Bao on her to-do list again, so I said it was fine to leave things as they were when Nano revealed it to me. I did feel bad about the idea of Nano cancelling on Bao a second time, even if I didn't want her to work with Nano, and I would have left it there. Nano asked me if I was sure, and said she's not down to work with people SINDER didn't want her to. SINDER only agreed to ask Nano about Silvervale and did not agree with me about Bao. Before this, I was using we and our like I would in any conversation with any one of our partners. But if Nano was okay with what she wanted, I made sure to tell her how we both felt. In an overzealous attempt to get even with Bao, I took advantage of that and made it sound like SINDER agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong of me to do this. Everything I said
in this conversation are my own thoughts. This is the only time I lied to anything about Nano. I don't know how true this is, but let me look back at my notes from yesterday. I don't know if this is entirely a true statement or not. I mean, I know we said that. Well, we lied about anything to Nano. Well, I guess my question here would be the stuff he said about Silvervale, right? The only time I lied to anything about Nano. How about Silvervale stuff? You know what I mean? So, anytime I lied to anything about Nano, well, how about Silvervale stuff? How about the stuff with Bao? Because you said there was this drama, right, between Pat and them. I mean, I guess it's not really a lie. It's just more like personal stuff. But, I mean, it's important to, if you say this, right, and it's disproven, it just continues to make you look a lot worse, right? Anyway, let's continue. Well, I'm trying, Jose. This is a hard one. Probably the hardest read I've ever done.
Nano's reassurance were both left out of Nano's and Bao's documents. I knew about what happened with Cotton and a friend and I distanced myself from her because of it. But I absolutely do not agree that it was a good reason for Red to involve her.
I agree.
What happened had nothing to do with me and it wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. What Red described to Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao making her editor Sacramore go exclusive with her because of Boss Rush's
we remember this, right, from the
I knew he thought
Bao's
this way
document
in December but I never agreed with him and he held it against her. I was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. I should have talked to Bao about it but I never did.
I knew we thought this way in December, but I never agreed to how many held it against her. I was completely unaware of any of this was told. I knew I should have talked about it, but I never did. So, she's saying she didn't know about it, right? So, I mean, either way, you're still responsible for this kind of stuff. This is your manager, right? So, by like, I guess at the absolute worst, if we believe what she's saying, she is guilty of allowing your manager to spread these rumors, right? So, we've already seen this before, right, chat? I will reread it for you. Just to give you a reminder, but nonetheless, of course, I want to understand it better specifically if I cancel her for the second time. Brad, well, with Silver, she's given a lot of bias and priority. Gamer subs, sometimes over SINDER, we can't really confront them about that, and plus she's gone 3D lately. Cotton hurt one of my friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. Then why did you tell them in the first place? Val's been getting on her nerves for a while. She hijacked her YouTube editor a while ago, constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. Right? We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artists from her. We want to try and safeguard our most important artists from her since she's already taken our editors. So again, horrible way of thinking, right? And I don't mean taking like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes it gets in the way of our projects. Again, I'm putting this out again. Pattern of main character syndrome. Our projects, our stuff. I'm putting that in our notes. Yeah, I'm putting that in our notes. It's important. Also one of Housing V editors is the one that did the boss rush MV. We're 99% sure she told him not to do anymore with us. Again, speculation of a like model artist. The most important thing is if you her entire image. Again, this is all secret talk. La 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 la. You know, I'd rather work with Cinder than Val. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. So, and that's how Nano feels right here, right? Red, well, we love working with you. Cinder would be Cinder without Nano. Came like, let me tell you the teeth. At the MV thing, Bao had original songs last year that had an MV by our editor, and the songs flop. Our editor made us into its condom, and they'd love to work with us. I took it jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in the boss stretch MV between his work with Bao. We saw those screenshots before, by the way, you know what I mean? He says he loves working on it and was super excited working on the next MV project. Boss Rush song blows up. He's credits the editor. Asking me to do the next project. All of a sudden he changes his mind. It's only working with Bao. Going forward, no explanation. So we've already seen those messages and like kind of the explanation around that anyway, right? But
my comment about Silvervale and Gamer Sups was based on our personal opinion about things we saw. Silver using her 3D model predominantly at the time was one way we justified asking Nano this. I didn't say anything about Cinder's insecurities about comparisons
why did you need
but
to?
Cinder talked to Nano about it when Nano went to her about canceling our agreement. My message about Cotton was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself, and would later say to me I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano's messages saying I rather work with Cinder than Bao DW, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me, were removed as well, and this was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her, instead of it being me responding to what she said like what actually happened.
I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. I mean, like, this is just her feelings, right? Like, she would rather work with Cinder. This is just her opinion. I mean, obviously, that aged very poorly considering, you know, Cinder's behavior, but, I mean, if that's how she feels, that's how she feels, you know? I mean, you might have an opinion on that, but, you know, that's just how she feels. You know what I mean?
When I told Nano that Bao's songs flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano. This wasn't explained to Nano at the time, but it's explained in Bao's section. Plus none of this can leave our chat, and again this is all secret talk, was to keep this from everyone, including Cinder. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the message
about Cotton. This was to keep from everyone, including Cinder. Right here, dude. You're out. You're fired. You're done, dude. Get the fuck away from my brand. You're fired. You're absolutely done. Why are you constantly withholding information from the person that literally is the reason that you are even relevant right now as far as like success, right? A manager keeping something from your partner, your client, whatever you want to call them, right? The person you're servicing. That is unacceptable. Fucking period. Unacceptable. You should never be associated with Cinder ever. Period. Never again in the future. This is absolutely deplorable behavior. My image of is here. Nihilist. Of course I want to understand it better. There's the kids are a second time. Okay, so we just saw this, right? The image of the chat from Bao's document. We just saw this as well. You know, Sweat. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes. So again, spreading baseless rumors, right, to influence Nanolist. But basically, we don't have an EV editor now for our next Boss Rush project. I can definitely agree that's a bad move. Redis has business to it, absolutely. And you know, I don't mind if you guys play devil's advocate. I actually enjoy that because it makes my argument stronger. You know what I mean? I really do enjoy that, but we also can't like ignore the facts in front of us, right? I mean, I think there's a percentage of coping that's okay, but let's not like super cope. You know what I mean, chat? Like let's be fair, right? Let's be nuanced. I think Bao got pissed that her editor did the original MV song for Friends without her knowing he did 100 times better than original song last year that she locked him up so no one else could work with him. Again, yeah, good faith, devil advocate, yep. And how to make it public on Twitter that he was only with her going forward, like a little announcement tweet. Oh shit, red, yeah. Oh, that's super weird. Post the link anonymously in houses and would never be credited publicly. So no one knows who did this work for them. Oh, it's literally it. And of course, Red said, this literally feels like a hostage note. Has to be anonymous since I'd be separate from it out, knowing without being a freelancer. I feel like, again, we've seen all this stuff before, chat, in some of the prior documents, but it's good to review it in this context,
I was mad
right?
at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping her music
absolutely,
video
Link.
editor,
It's gotta be there.
Moore, from working with us on any other music videos. The other things I said about Bao here were all non-issues that became a list of grievances after what I thought she did. There are more details about this in Bao's section of the document.
That is
sounded
insecurity
so
and
harsh
maturity.
because I was angry about it, and I was venting to someone I trusted about something I genuinely believed happened. I thought that if she was going to gatekeep her editor, then I was going to try gatekeeping our artist. I couldn't see what I thought happened making sense any other way. Everything I said here I believed, and was true to my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because. I now know I was wrong. Nano was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than SINDER.
That's actually really good that he at least says, like, I don't know, I was wrong. I mean, just because you say, like, oh, it's my observation and experiences, they were not lies I was making up just because. Number one, you can't just share that information with whoever, right? This is somebody that you still work with on a professional basis, right? You telling that is influencing them in some capacity, right? It's almost like a conflict of interest in a way to share that information with somebody that you know is interacting with that person. So you have to know that you were influencing them in one way or another, right? I was asked to be anonymous since I like to separate from being known. As a freelancer, no one does this. No one decides to do that on their own. I can just repeat some messages you've already seen. This is 2 weeks after Boss Rush came out. Nano, yeah, it's pretty weird. Red, and now we've been barking up the tree. One of our live 2D animators, so like, and you, and a Nano model. Nano, yeah, looking for me sounds sus for sure. Red, it's so annoying. I don't know, man. Nano, oh, Red, she has a way of guilt tripping people to get away. Nano, we can do a deal. Red, huh? I'll cancel my model about like forever, says Nano. So, Nano did agree to this deal, right? Cancel this stuff with Val. I'm not gonna say that it wasn't without some type of influence, but again, he did choose to cancel it, and she owns that action.
Nano said, oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Val, like forever, and then suggested I pay for her own model rigging in return below, which she'd discount from our next project payment. Nano made me an offer to cancel Bao's model that'd benefit her, and was okay with doing it for what would ultimately zero out to nothing. This was not shown in Nano's or Bao's documents.
And that's important. That's very important, chat. So, again, right, like Nano chose to cancel Bao's project with some influence from Red. And this is a very important point, chat. Very, very important point. Oh my god, wait, am I giving you free milk? Holy shit! No, don't you redeem. No. Oh my god. Okay, alright, I stopped it. Wow, quick save. Nice. Whoopsie. Can y'all see these notes, okay? Does that look good for y'all? Yeah, this is important, though. This wasn't shown. I mean, analysts agreed to it. He agreed to it. I mean, Minder was a bit of influence, right? Talking more shit about Bao, so that probably weighed into Nano making that decision. Probably Probably at least maybe a bit of a people pleaser in that regard, but doesn't excuse Nano. Again, just trying to understand, right? But what do y'all think of Nano here so far? Oh my god, that's so funny. Like forever, him, I help him out of rigging a blank again, so pay me for and a discount for next payment. I would also cry if you pay me red notes. How much is the blank rigging? What do you need? Hannah says, I think it'd be around 2K to 3K. She'll start later this month, I guess. Red is it through PayPal. Analyst, yep, about new babies, that would be another deal. Red, what about we can play blank for you and we don't have to discount it for the next payment? We'll continue to get lots of model work, I think, for this year right now. But you don't work with Bow, Cotton, or Silvervale at all. Again, models are art. Again, this is wrong. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bow or Cotton before. We also have another game of subtitle for you too. AFK again, just even though she was like, yes, okay, she said she doesn't want to work, you know, with Bow and stuff. Again, like adding this in was kind of unnecessary, right? But Analyst says, is there a way to add a little bit more since Silver still asks for art every now and then? Red says, we can do it like when Silver asks you art, you tell her no, and then you tell us to buy you out for it. Again, we've already seen those messages before, but, you know, I want to reread them.
Nano told me we'd have to make a separate
for
deal for new model clients, separate from her proposed idea about Bow's cancellation and her model rigging payment. That deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed to her, and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with Silver occasionally, never with Cotton, and only with Bow on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on jealousy.
So she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be ready to replace. You focused on the list and Cinder earlier says she didn't give Nano a list of people not to work with. I don't recall, Nid. If you find that, let me know. Red, we can do like Silver Aster art. You tell her no, then you tell us to buy another art piece. Like you get a job from it. Nano, it did be fair, but can I ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Red, I'll ask about it right now if you want one. Nano, yay, deal. Red, let me see what Blank says. Nano, shit. Red, I don't think there's shipping internationally to customers for this one, but I'm gonna tell him to get one to you. So again, guys, like Nano was not like innocent in this regards, right? Nano, it did be fair, but okay, can I ask for Demon Cinder figure? Yay, deal. Nano, what is this, chat? Red, you're getting a demon figure. Nano, then we have a deal. Red, okay, just to make sure no work at all about Cotton Silver for, something is missing here. Continuing giving you model work and various art comps. We pay for a blank rigging for you, you don't need to pay us back. You're send a free demon figure. Nano says yes, yes. Red says, Nano, I'll have sleepy references in the other chat for ASB. If you don't want to start an AFK label in the meantime, you can. I never rescinded a template. I don't know if I had the template. Wait a minute. Again, I just feel like the exclusivity, like inherently, is just taking away opportunities from everybody else. I do get priority. I think priority is the way to go. But I think some people are going to think about the exclusivity part differently, right? They're going to be like, well, that's fine. I don't, but I guess if you have a different opinion about it, I can at least empathize, right?
Nano and I went back and forth and negotiated a deal and we both agreed to it. It was a deal made on each other's word, and there was no contract involved.
Well, that's problematic.
She had equal say in what she'd want or need
that's
out of our deal before
well, let's just point that out right now.
She was fully aware of what she was agreeing to and was completely capable of turning me down if she had chosen to.
That is true.
I would have accepted that like always.
Absolutely. Nano was definitely guilty of that.
But if I knew all along I could just manipulate Nano to do whatever I wanted, like I had allegedly done before,
again, this is a bad faith argument.
Canceling models, why didn't I just do that instead of making any kind of deal with her in the first place? This was a mutual agreement made between both of us. She made the
You
offer to cancel
influenced her.
Bao's model. We negotiated, and both of us agreed to the deal we made. But the end of this conversation and the final terms of our deal were never shown in Nano's document.
I think that a lot of we talked about this yesterday, so I want to mention it one more time. I think that sometimes we're getting hung up on a lot of the definitions, right? Manipulate, influence, right, etc. And it is important to have a conversation about it. But I think ultimately here, Red influenced her and seems to not want to take any accountability for that, right? Or at least acknowledge it. He certainly lied one time, at least minimally one time. I mean, we got to see about the Silvervale stuff when we get to that section. But I don't think that he wants to admit that he had any part in Nana's decision when he did. Because in fact, he presented information that was not true.
Also, I didn't refuse to pay for exclusivity like it was falsely claimed in her document.
I don't remember that.
I was absolutely open to
that part,
exclusivity payments, just like I was to artist number 1,
but at least
our
that's
video
cleared up.
editor, shown in Bao's section,
that's
and
good.
artist number 2 in Silvervale's section. Nano suggested it for model exclusivity, but like she said, that would be another deal. I moved on from that to focus on the 3 people I brought up, and both sides agreed to this deal without revisiting the idea of payments again, other than us paying for her model rigging. There was no manipulation,
I don't remember
and I
that, to be
didn't lie to
honest.
her about what I actually believed at the time.
There was no manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. So there was no manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. Does this sentence not contradict itself? There's no manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed. Well, this is what you believe. This is your perception. This isn't fact, right? You know what I mean? I feel like this. I do have that nid. Yeah, I do have that nid. Well, and we'll look at that at the end of this section. I feel like this sentence contradicts itself. There's no manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. But that's what you believed. You didn't like. You presented something that you believed that wasn't true, right? So you also lied to her. You know what I mean? Like that you made an assumption and you projected that belief onto Nino, right? I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. I mean, I guess you could say misled, right? Influenced being our word of the day, right? We love the word influence.
I did, and always have, cared about our friends. I was under the impression that what Bao did was against me, Cinder, Tricky, and Vienna, and Cotton hurt another one of our friends I cared about. I made this mistake in trying to do what I thought was right by them at the time,
absolutely,
without considering the people it would affect.
Yep, could have done that. So at least he does admit, like, what adding Cotton in there, because he keeps mentioning, oh, Cotton hurt another one of our friends. Like, number one, we don't have the information on that, and number two, it just doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, you are not the one to exact justice on behalf of somebody else, you know?
After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale
at
all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we've always done. We'd fully pay for Nano's new model's rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao had another model that was cancelled. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients we had talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it as I was told.
Cinder was told that Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale all anymore. Like, I think ultimately this is all that she cared about from her perception and jealousy, right? Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale, so for her she was fine with it, right? Yeah, she wasn't told this, so we can at least, I will add that into our notes as well. Yeah, let's continue. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there.
Like I said in my apology, Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being
This is going to bring me
included
to a
in
large
this list.
question.
If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being about one person, who I was unfairly pursuing.
Right, absolutely.
There is nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. I can't prove I didn't know something.
And this is the point here, chat. That's going to be probably a big point of contention, right? A lot of people are going to be arguing over this fact, right? Did she know about Bao and Cotton? I mean, she knew about Silvervale, right? So I think knowing about Silvervale and being okay with it, it was unfairly pursuing that part of it, right? I think that is problematic enough by itself, right? I mean, yes, let's assume that she didn't know about Bao and Cotton, right? Nonetheless, I think that knowing about this part right here is still problematic, right? Like, I just think ultimately it kind of just like doesn't really matter if she knew about Bao or Cotton or not. I mean, can we believe her? I mean, I'll be real. I don't know if I can believe a word she says, chat, but I don't think she knew if your story about kicking Red out and reach out to Bao's friend to get in contact with her, which I think they are. Sure, I mean, even if that's the case, Keyblade, I think some people will be very argumentative about this fact, but I'm gonna tell you, at least in my opinion, I don't think this much matters. Like, I mean, it does, but it doesn't, because the reason I say it doesn't matter is because it doesn't take away from this right here. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't downplay this point. Yes, she was kept in the dark about this stuff with Red, and it's good that she at least like told us, but she needs to take action against Red, right? So it does, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't change this fact. It doesn't matter with this, but it does matter because, well, you probably don't need to work with Red anymore because he lied to you, you know?
I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it though, with how all of the business discussions with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would already be long done. Cinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either.
You know, what do you think of downplaying the Bao stuff? It's just, it's not important to the Silvervale
keeping Cinder's
problem
feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Cinder either since I didn't know how she'd react, and I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her.
Why are you working with this man? This whole sentence is just, these two sentences right here, is just horrible. This is so unprofessional, and what a shitty way to treat your partner. Why are you working with this guy, Cinder? Oh my god. Girl, I don't, look, listen, I doubt you even know I exist, but if somehow this clip gets out and you see it or whatever, please, dear God, please reconsider, girl, working with this man. This guy is not good for you in a professional capacity at all. Please get away from this guy. We're on the opposite direction professionally. Your relationship, I'm not here to comment on, but why would you continue working with this guy? Back when Cinder didn't agree with the Bao stuff, it's already bad enough. Yep.
Shortly after the deal was made with Nano and he told me about it, Red messaged artist number 1 about our thoughts on their agreement.
Red, okay, thoughts on the thing. We ought to get the idea of paying you month to month. To have you as a permanent team member, however, we're concerned we won't get the full use of your services, since things like project management, graphic design, IT, and web dev may not be or always be applicable. And I put project management here because of right now it wouldn't be like full project management, but more so help with animation and comms with artists like we're doing. It also depends on what your monthly payment would cover. For instance, with Blank, we pay him like a set number that includes X videos per month, plus extra to cover just the general channel management. But would your monthly pay include unlimited services, only X or animations, etc.? The pay we're asking for also isn't unreasonable given your skill set. But like I said before, I don't know how much would be applicable to us month to month, so we probably won't be able to get as high as your ask. Cinder and I both agree that some kind of exclusivity non-compete agreement would be important to do too, with how much you're working with us. We have the examples of the model FX on Blank. It says for, I think it says on but we probably want to extend that to VTuber work in general, including rigging, animation, VFX, merch photos, video work, etc. There are a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from, if agreeable, so it can be case by case. Again, there's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable. The pattern continues of your jealousy. Insecurity as well. Brad, also it is no plans at the moment. Blanco, can you give me a couple minutes to get through the points? Haha. I think the problem that we have to just bring back up, right, is it's the thought process of withholding people away to get an upper hand on their competition, quote unquote. And that is such a huge problem that I feel like they're just not addressing that much, you know? Okay, give me a couple minutes to go through the points. Okay, so what we covered? Notice a number of things, whatever that needs working on or need help with. Every project is so different in terms of scope or type. Doesn't really make much sense to have those set to an arbitrary number, in my opinion. Like, some projects can spend more than a month, like blank. That was over 400 hours, with some other projects are done in like 2-3 days, like the mass teaser thing. That's originally mentioned like a set number of hours instead of a certain number of piece of content. Like I see unlimited services, like you put question mark. Regarding exclusivity, here are my thoughts. I have no problem granting exclusivity for the following VTuber work: model FX, VFX, model rigging, illustrated model rigging, merch photo, and IRL media. I don't feel like that screenshot is doing them favors, right?
When I said there's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable,
we never heard our friends.
I was thinking of giving them the same names I had given Nano. They had told me recently that they started working with Bao, and they've worked with Silver in the past. Cinder and I didn't talk about any names to give to artist number one.
Sorely entered the deal with me with Nano, and he told me about it. Met resident artist one about our thoughts on the agreement. So he said our thoughts on the agreement. So you agree to this. So wait, Cinder is saying our thoughts on their agreement. So you agree there's a few people we compete with we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable. So you're saying our thoughts on the agreement, you agreed with this, Cinder. I'm gonna copy this. Cinder and I didn't talk about any names to give to artist number one, but again, like, it's a thought process of the jealousy, right? Like, I don't really care about who Cinder's dating, but at the same time, probably shouldn't have his manager. Yep. Again, she said she knew about this.
I hope you take some cough drops.
Oh, trust me, I have been. All kinds of illustrations in her AE stuff. I prefer leaving that open for two reasons.
Red says she is okay with everything he
did.
mean,
yes and no, Shadow Dragon. It's a nuanced statement, but I get where you're coming from. Creative Cinder fatigue and exposure growth. What I mean by that question mark, in order to not get fatigued creatively or doing the same things all the time, I like still the ability to take on other projects on the side as a form of a palate cleanser, if you will. I want to keep the same consistency and quality of services provided. I want to avoid having a dip in those because I'm doing fire all the time, for example. And for the exposure growth, I'm not talking about the exposure I get from working with other folks, but to what I'd be exposed in terms of working material and the potential for learning. Things like different art styles, illustration, compositions, methodologies, ideas, the kind of stuff that has the potential to improve my abilities by working with different stuff. And as a result, being able to apply those new skills to the daily work I do with job. For example, I've been working with one of Bao's projects, had a very specific way water was drawn, and a replicate ended up getting a really cool effect. And now serves as my general blank FX, LOL. That's it. I'd still be okay to limit the range of potential clients. My past current clients, which I can provide and not take on any new clients to get them approved first. Red says writing that down. I don't understand your points about exclusivity. Could you send me the past current vibes here? VTubers you're working with and the kind of work you did for them, or any VTuber related work. What Red did was horrible. The fact he didn't throw Cinder under the bus. Worked with her to make this talk where everything else abandoned her, probably as part of letting him. Maybe so. Maybe so. I still don't see it, you know. Silverville, I don't know if you consider Blank a VTuber, but I've done all kinds of stuff for her, including Blank. I'd say the most likely be to apply it to be relevant is Silver and Bow, to be honest. Also don't want to overlook myself. LMAO, do you have a list of folks you compete directly with? Right, I mean, from the list you sent, Bow and Silver, for sure the rest, no. Alrighty, let me know where we can go from there. So again, this is just another instance of you trying to actively, well, whatever way you want to view it, sabotage, influence, etc., take away from other people.
Because Silver didn't like Cinder, and I had something against Bao now, I considered Bao and Silvervale competition.
Where's the proof?
Artist number 1 didn't know either of our thoughts on Silvervale or Bao, unlike what I told Nano. I didn't bother to bring up Cotton's name since she never interacted with artist number 1. This was the third of 4 total times, with 3 different artists, I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document.
I really hope this is not presented in a way like, oh, well, I only did this 3 of 4 times because, brother, this many times is already too many times. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? This is already too much. This is just a pattern. Yeah, I really hope this is not you trying to be like, oh yeah, like, you know, oh, I only did it this many times, right? Like, because that doesn't help. That really does not help. I hope it's not that way.
Artist number 1 sent Red a document that laid out everything in their agreement.
Already I started Read a document that kind of covers everything we'll be discussing, and additional stuff I just thought about regarding the thing that should help navigate this whole thing and hopefully help with the discussion and what ends up being agreed upon. I don't think there's anything else officially confirmed agreed. Everything there is kind of open to change at the moment. Please take a look and let me know what you think. Here's the document, right? Yeah, it's not that bad. See, I really hope it's not. That's how it's being presented. Red No News Understandable Saturdays said they might not have things for you, but for future jobs to be able to send things your way. Rip. There's an artist where it says, oh my god, this is so organized. I'll show this to Cinder after a stream. You can send the link in the project server chat too. Blank in the Safe for Work in Animator channel. Red, yeah. Blank, sure. Should we also move the discussion there as well? Red, yeah, we can move it there. I mean, it should have just taken place there, period, but okay.
Artist number 1 sent a written agreement to go over. As far as I remember, there was a carve-out for both Silver and Bao, and I didn't push for this to be changed. Regardless of what I said the night before, they were their clients already and left things open to work with them. I had them posted in our project server to discuss it there and where Cinder could see it herself. This agreement with artist number 1 never actually happened due to other reasons that delayed us finalizing things.
Okay, so artist number 1 agreement never went through. We'll put that in our notes as well. All right, let's keep going, guys. So, Cookie, how are you?
Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussions from either of us for going back on her word, and Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red.
I'm very interested in this part, because I remember reading it for the first time, and I was kind of like, I want to dive into this with chat, because my question about it is, does Nano look better by going back on her word here or not? Anyway, let's dive in. What's up, silly? Nano, Red, hi Nano, waiting to hear about gamer stuff about the label for having you do more to it. What's up? Nano, it's fine, I'm working on the model meanwhile, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend of me and it hurts me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and then rigging it with our current comps. I understand if you think it's unfair for my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. So, I mean, do you think this is a good look on Nano to go back on the exclusivity? Yes or no? I mean, I would say maybe this was a regret. I don't know. I mean, she already looks bad. Don't get me wrong. You know, she already agreed to it. That's not going to change anything, right? But do you think that this is a good look for her going back on it? Yes or no? I'm be honest, I don't really think it changes anything. But I'll put this in her notes. Nano, also let me know if any plans made so far are changing after this. I would say Nano looks good after Singer prices if I'm paying someone like I expect the person to be professional. I mean, I would say Nano is not professional. I think it's pretty. That's pretty clear by what we've seen. Nano was not the most professional. Red, we're still seeing to figure, and you can just discount blank costs from the model. We'll think about what the plans are to our current 2 projects. Red, would you agree not to do models at least, or is this what you're talking about? Nano, okay, I appreciate it. Figured y'all think about it. She didn't talk about models just in case. Red, okay, thanks, Nano. So again, just very, very concerned about making Silvervale models as of February 11th. Red, Nano, can I ask what you're working on for Silver if it's blank? Nano, it's a blank. Red, got you. So again, wanting to... I mean, this is proof right here that he follows up just to pry about information about Silvervale. I just again we've seen a pattern that I want to point out here, that he is prying for information. Y'all agree with that, right? Like y'all are looking what I'm looking at, right? There's clearly a pattern of him prying for information. I mean, look, Captain, I'm gonna give you a good example. And hear me out, Captain, because I get that, right? You're in your mid-20s, you're not very professional. Let me give you an example, Captain. Me. I'm 25 years old. I'm 25 years old, and I've had a good amount of professional experience already. So I feel like I hate to say this, but I think it's an excuse, right? You at least minimally, let's say you don't know professionally, right? You know morally what's right and wrong. So I feel like it's kind of an excuse at a certain point, you know? Anyway, let's continue.
Nano, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano couldn't keep her word on the
Oh,
deal
you're right, I'm
she
an elf.
agreed to
Yeah,
because Silver
I'm an elf.
asked
I'm
her for
cheating.
a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano. Just like in November of 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. I never got confirmation from
I guess
Nano
it's
that
more,
she
it's not
canceled
surprising,
Bao's model
sure.
a second time before or after she walked
Probably
back
did.
our agreement, and I never asked. I had mostly moved on from my volatile feelings towards Bao, and I no longer considered her competition.
Oh wow,
even if
that's
I
good
didn't
for
have
us.
a favorable opinion of her. She was still Cinder's friend.
Yeah, but you already impressed your opinion on somebody else in an unprofessional way.
Nano went back on our agreement only a week after we paid for her model rigging on February 3, 2025, the one thing she asked for out of our deal.
There you go, chat. And this is from Cinder, by the way.
Nano messaged me the next day about her
Yeah,
walking back
when
on
I
the
bumped
deal
in like
she
Red
made with Red.
presents
He had
document.
already talked with me about her canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Cotton at all to me, and Silver didn't lose out on any opportunity with Nano due to this deal.
Okay,
Nano got
but even
tired
still,
of hearing
you were
about Silvervale and didn't
happy,
want
you
to
know?
be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word. Even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her, like always.
Even though it's upset, it's my last resort to try to end the comparisons. I mean, like, again, this is yes, there were comparisons, but again, I gotta point out one more time, chat. She is the one making it so problematic. She is the one that blew it up so much, right? But yeah, I mean, it is Nana's choice, and yes, she went back on this agreement, but there was never any contract either, right? So, you already talked with me about canceling the agreement, specifically work on Silver for something. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just want to make sure I got all that. So let's continue.
Quote about this from my apology: when Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silvervale. I was upset and my initial
Right, because you didn't
messages
know
to her
about
were
Val
very guilt-tripping,
and Cotton.
but I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with and tried reassuring her that I was okay with her decision.
I think the upset is serious since you already paid agreed, even though the reason is in. Sure, absolutely. Like, the money was already exchanged, right? So on a financial level, completely get you pure water. As far as, like, contractually, though, there was no contract. It was just word. I know she said she went back on a word. You know, she faced no backlash from right now going back on a word. I mean, why would there be, you know? And I just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Want to apologize personally to since I've only talked about that with Red. But I don't want to get dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver still's a client. It makes me anxious and kind of shows my mental to do this kind of deal. I just want to let you know I'm still love working with you and Red, but I understand things will work out. Because the Silver, I just love my clients, that's all. So, and shows guilt about it to Cinder. So Nana goes back on exclusivity a month later. There's guilt about it to Cinder. Cinder, I get it, Nano is unfair to push you on this. It's just really confusing going back and forth about it. Yeah, you guys, put it into contract if you want something done. Put it into writing. I just compared her a lot, even still today. And it's like, I'm always living so much shadow, which is one reason why I read as not making any more models of her. Again, this is taking your personal grievance and trying to influence somebody professionally, right? I mean, I'm not taking away from the stuff Nano did. Please don't take it that way, chat. I've already acknowledged that Nano messed up. Please don't take anything that I'm saying as taken away from Nano's mess ups, right? And when you said I understand things will work out, it makes me feel like they're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts me so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano. Your decision you ultimately work with. This is how I've been feeling. Nano says, I don't always see the point of keeping things, thinking about being compared to Silver. You're so much bigger already. You've done so much more. But I would never give Silver any priority over you. Also, there's not even a model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models. Please give her some art stuff. It'd be fun with me. I don't want to be 100% an asshole to her. That's all. And it's not me, but other people's opinions of us. Just trying to not get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. Then don't. Like, stop. It's an obsession, chat. It's an obsession. Not at this point. At prior points, we're just adding more reason into it, right? But I understand where you're coming from, Nina. There's no hard feelings. You know, sorry about this. My mental is just a bit weak. Cinder, same girl. You know, I'm sorry for bringing this up to you. Cinder, I want you to get that money. Whole situation just kind of sucky. I just want to get along. And I understand if things don't work out about this. To be mostly if you hate me for not burning Silver down from my list. Cinder, never hate you. Nana is thinking the same. Just an insecure bitch. Cinder, I love everything we've done together. I want to keep doing more. People keep saying dumb shit online, making me stressed. Nano, they can suck on mine. Cinder, you the best. Thank you for powering through my recent comms. Hope your power doesn't stay out for too long. Nano, thank you. Happy to serve, and thank you for talking to me. Sometimes dealing just with Red makes me a bit anxious. Yeah, no shit. Cinder, I'm sorry you feel pressure about this. Just looking after me. He's just looking after me. He loves your stuff. I told him to be nice. Nano, I understand actually. Just imagine how busy you are, so I don't bother much. And I always have time to yap with you, Nano. You're the best. Cinder, it's nice to talk more if you ever need anything. Nano, yeah, same for you. 13 Bow kind of my own DMs to Nano. Okay, we already saw these screenshots. Yeah, a bit.
In our project server, Red was telling Nano about our next model plans after my
it's just some
sleepy
people
outfit
online,
debuted.
and she's taking it as like the gospel. You know what I mean? Red, Nano, we're thinking about a big update for the Demon model next and a new outfit. On it, Nano, big update. Red, like we did the 2.5 update to the 2.0 with the new boobs and Charlie. So we'd update some things and add some new toggles to it. Didn't you want to redo the demon before he's restarted the angel? Now do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? Red, well, we want to update just the normal demon outfit first. New outfit would be the demon model instead of 2.0 like the rest of them, but still being worked on. But we're still working on the designs. Here's the whip. Nano says, damn. Nano, we just got to update. Nano, I love it so much. Alright, cool. This is in April.
Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shilily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline
Why does
of the
this
model.
matter? I gotta stand up a second. I'm gonna lose my mind. Why does he need to know about the timeline? Why is it so important that he's constantly having to pry for this information? Oh, you worked on this model. What's a timeline? Like, bro, just leave her alone. Let Nanolis do her thing, bro. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, brother, this
yeah,
guy
true, Team
stinks!
Red Soul Nano, we're getting a new model for Charlie for the first time. Message. Red, congrats on Lily model. Nano, thank you. Red, when did she ask you about doing one, and do you have a lot of other models lined up besides ours? So, like, here's what he does. He always presents it as something like, oh my god, Nano, I love your art, or, oh, Nano, congrats on this. So, hey, what's the timeline? What's going on with it? Can you give me all the information? Like, he always tries to put his hand into, like, the cookie jar when it doesn't belong there. Nano, oh no, it's sisters. I'm finishing up a few things on blank. Nano, I'll probably start taking models that are Lily and work for current clients. Red, gotcha. Nano, Frey, Red, was it recently Lily messaged you, or has it been playing for a while? Again, why do you need to know that? Yeah, he's just obsessed with the quote-unquote competition chat, you know what I mean? Analyst, since February or March, Red, smiley. Oh, Jesus, chat. Oh, Jesus. It's too much. It's too much. Am I crazy, chat? Am I crazy? Like, he seems obsessive about knowing information, right?
I asked Nano about Lily and her projects just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information.
That's
just
the
like
problem.
She would any other time.
That's the problem.
I thought that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Cinder lately.
No, but that's the problem, right? Like I would any other time, right? Number one, she should not be giving out that information, and number two, you shouldn't be going to her for information. She should have put her foot down. Yeah, Nano should have put her foot down there.
That night I saw Ed and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shy Lily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shy Lily with the way she was treating me and the fact she was working with Nano now, similar to how things were with Silver Veil.
We gotta compete with her.
I didn't agree. In my mind, Shy Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it.
I mean, if you want to take your word, she said I didn't agree with Red on that. So, that's up to you whether you believe her or not.
The next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shy Lily again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. These are also the last messages Red had with Nano, and the last conversation
doesn't make you look good. What do you?
In either of our DMs
Why would you put this in this document?
I had no knowledge of these conversations until
Why would you
Nano's
put this in the document? This doesn't make you look good.
Everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily at the time is explained in her section of this document.
Why would you include this? This does not help your argument. Red went to Nano to ask about Shy Lily again and tell her what I've been experiencing. You literally are proving the day that you heard that there was a problem, or not a problem, but Lily was getting a model. You're like, the next day, oh, now I gotta make a problem about it. This does not help you. Oh my God. All right, let's add it to the notes.
Screaming
Red finds
into the void
out
right now.
about
Holy shit.
about Lily model. No, that's not what I want. Red finds out about Lily model. Follows up. And shares rumors with Nano. Oh my gosh, dude. Can I even give you points about transparency? Like, oh my God. Sometimes, like, I gotta tell you, but more is not good. More does not always equal gooder, right?
In my apology I wrote, I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I had confided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong, but that's as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. Red, I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Cinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing I thought she needed to know about.
Hey Nano, do you have any more pins to leave besides the model, like outfits or merch or anything? This is just his pattern of prying. Analyst's been just the model so far. Right, okay, you're asking for a model recently, just made the antenna go up. You've been acting weird towards Cinder lately, we don't know if something's up. What? Your insecurity kills me, bro.
I followed up with Nano about Lily because of the way she was acting towards Cinder over the past few weeks.
That's a good way to put it,
It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Cinder.
Mods, can we, oh yeah, Mods, can we, wait, did I pin my merch stuff? Is my merch stuff pinned? I thought I pinned that. Mods, can you pin the merch stuff for me? But, Dusk, I love exactly what you're saying here. I think this is really good as well. So far, I don't see from Nano is guilty of being a professional. Red is guilty of being a gossip and overstepping his boundaries and going behind Cinder's back. Cinder is guilty of negligence and being obsessed with Silvervale. Yep, that's a good way to put it. Good way to put it. Something's going on. Nano, oh, that's weird. Red, ever since after V-Card launch. Nano, but what you consider weird? Red, lately, tipping out a collab here, but part of it the last minute, not ghosting her messages. Cinder rated her a couple times in the past week and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by her name. There's the problem again. Nano, stare. Red, just like weird petty stuff. I don't know. Nano, that Super Red, Cinder both share the same store. Red, around V-Card's launch, you were talking and collabing. I don't know what happened, but her asking for a model after that was just weird. Even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon, although Blake was kind of mean to her about using a live TD item one time. Nano, stare. Red, I don't know. Hate that we keep bringing you into drama. Then why are you doing it? Why are you doing it?
I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since after card launched was because around then was the last time I remembered them collabing and talking with each other.
It doesn't matter. Inherently,
I remember
why are
Lily
you so
saying it was too
obsessed
soon
with how
to
they're
get a
acting
new
towards you
model
all the
around
time?
the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this, and obviously Lily changed her mind since then.
Yeah, D3. Red, I don't know. I hate just to keep bringing in drama. You know, yeah, that is kind of early to go for a new model. Blank look a little bit menacing, so I don't talk to her. Red, feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily. She's ghosting Cinder and wants to see model mama. I'm 412 with the competing. Again, dude. Again. Oh, now we're gonna compete with Lily. You're not competing!
This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder, and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind we'd be competing with her, at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect, and no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did. Between these screenshots they were talking about something unrelated.
Oh my god, we're almost at the end, chat. We're almost there. Of this section. Red, real, is it a Cinder blank you've been doing? I could do this model outfit store. I'll have the demon update list. Final arcade reference for you soon. Because it's finished. Nameless, I think it is. I have an outfit for blank plan 2. As for blank, I got nothing new for now, but she's always coming up with something. Red, writing this down. Do you know who's rigging Lily's model? Nameless can be blank. Red, thanks, Nano. Sorry for other questions. Just gotta stay informed. Especially when it comes to our top artist, never a break. Nah, bro. Exactly. Enemies. Don't worry, just stress. Don't stress too many things with the side things. Bad for balding. Red. Smiley, I'm gonna go bald now. I'll keep you in the loop about anything else going on with that. Nameless, the balding. Red, no, you fool, just stupid drama. Gotta stay competitive even when we shouldn't have to. Also, your PP looks like a guy with a mustache. Nano Bonk, don't go for too far on the competitiveness. It can get bad. Gotta chill sometimes. Red, hey, it's not us. need a drink. I need a drink. I need like an actual drink. I need like fucking alcohol after drinking that. Yeah, don't go for the competitiveness and get bad. Nana literally says it. Red, hey, it's not us. Oh, brother.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks! This guy stinks!
I'm glad we're on the same page here, Nid. Holy, yeah. I need like a drink, chat. And I don't even like to drink. I stayed informed in Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. Again, you only did that because you wanted to get a leg up on the quote-unquote competition.
I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand.
This is problematic.
It's always been that way and it's never been a problem with her. I said we have to
stay
competitive,
problem,
as in a general sense with the entire tuber sphere, even when we SHOLDNTH have to with someone like Lily who we thought was a friend, now acting this way.
So, number one, it really is disappointing that you don't realize why this is problematic. But on top of this, so someone Lily who we thought was a friend not acting this way. Okay, then why don't you just like, I don't know, fucking talk to her? Like, okay, she's ghosting your messages. Do you realize that she is one of the biggest VTubers in the entire sphere and she might be fucking busy? Like, how much effort did you actually make to reach out to her and ask her what's going on and resolve it? Like, we thought was a friend, now acting this way. This is all your opinion and your perspective. This kills me, man. This kills me every time. Analyst also PvP is this. Red, what the Nano smile, Nano, squint face. Red, we aren't the ones getting a model from the artist of the other gamer subs owner out of the blue and ghosting them or refusing to acknowledge them. Why does it matter? At the end of the day, why does it matter? Right, and I know they are Keyblade because I've already read it, but again, like, what? Even if she's ghosting you, right? Like, let's say, she doesn't get back to you. She might just be busy. You know what I mean? Like, you're taking somebody not answering back as they hate you and they ghost you. How insecure are you?
It wasn't either of us who had a problem.
You know what I mean?
With
like,
Lily
people are
or treating
busy,
her
dude.
differently for no apparent reason.
Nobody owes you their time, and nobody has to message you back. And for you to go immediately to the worst possible outcome as your assumption is problematic as a person, especially somebody professionally. Brad, is this you? Before starting drawing for the day, Nanolist, you got me. Brad, understandable. Nanolist, me getting gamer subs to start the work shift. Brad, LOL, real same. Okay, what do you think would be better? Updating parts of the demon model like we did 2.0. Or making a new demon model. I don't know how much stuff you ended up doing the angel outfit, even though it was going to use 2.0 as a base. We'll get there, Tara. At this point, I always suggest new models since they're pretty old now. Put your money, your orders. Red, the demon is the oldest 2.0 model. One thing I want to address too, it's kind of the same thing with Silverveil. Nobody owes you their friendship and nobody has to like you, right? Like, you can coexist without wanting to interact. That's okay, right? Again, it's just this constant thing like, oh, well, Lily doesn't like us, Silverveil doesn't like us, so now they're our competition. It's not. No, maybe they don't interact with you. And even if you rub them the wrong way or whatever, right? Okay, well, shit happens, right? Like, stuff like that happens. It's what you do based on that, right? And these people just take it to the extreme. Red, the demon is the oldest 2.0 model. Nano Troop. Red, well, we'd want to update the demon one new toggles we've had, but also use as a base for the arcade outfit and then do Ice Demon at the start of next year. Panelists, whatever you guys prefer, Red. Okay, I'll let you know. We're brainstorming new design ideas. Sorry, I've been reading too long. Are there any ideas or themes you have in mind for Cinder Model? There's no wrong answers. And this was the last messages with Nano.
These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why if she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason she didn't just ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked. Old. implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to.
It's more with the act of prying for information, man. I want to point out a sense. I don't know why she thought I was lying about Lily. For some reason, she didn't ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking her our messages. So, why is the burden just on her? She didn't ask me to verify what I was telling her. Why didn't you verify what you were telling her? Because it's just a baseless accusation, right? I don't really understand the sentence here. You know what I mean, Chad? Like, well, she didn't ask me to verify, but you also said a baseless accusation. There's just no responsibility taken right there. That's such a weird thing to include.
This is the last message in my DMs with Nano. She never replied and never messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. In my apology I wrote,
okay.
Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was, looking to address the issues she had with either of us, or to terminate our partnership.
Not sure what Lily and Cinder deal, but whatever it was, Red has the right to ask about if Lily hires, no right to ask, right? Like, he shouldn't be involved, right? He can, but that's problematic, right? There's two problems in that whole thing, right? Nano should not be giving out that information, in my opinion. And number two, he shouldn't be asking her for it anyway. He was using her as a way for information, right? Hi, Nano, would you like to come on stream again sometime? This was on April 15th. Our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. What do you mean by her? What partnership? Oh, okay, I think they're talking about the gamer subs one, maybe? I don't know. No, because they said that was in June. Anyway, let's keep going.
3 days after Red's messages with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband Mio, so him being replaced and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere made no sense. I was never added into this chat, and wasn't even aware of it happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it.
Okie doke. But you did eventually know it happened.
Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I'd ever been in contact with this other person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner.
So it looks like it was 3 days later. Kira, hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm a Kira analyst and new manager. Here to support her with client outreach so she can focus on what she needs to do best. Creating stunning the 2D anime babes. Bro, what in the chat GPT is this? You may have noticed she's been a bit quiet lately. Part of why I'm reaching out to apologize for the radio silence. But most importantly, to ensure there's always a clear line of communication moving forward to avoid situations like this in the future. Maybe Nanolis felt like things were getting unprofessional at this point. With him kind of prying and getting involved. That would be my guess, chat. And so she wanted to put somebody maybe in between them, right? That said, I've also come bearing some bittersweet news. Nanolis will be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Cinder. We know this may come as a surprise, and we don't want to leave you in the dark. This one wasn't made lightly. Both of you have grown together and share a really special creative bond. Yeah, it took you like 2 years, but the reason mine is positive is straightforward. Not without complexity, while the opportunity to work with Cinder has been incredible and quite lucrative, Nanolis feels like it's time to expand her artistic horizons, wants to challenge herself with new styles and creators. And is concerned with focusing solely on one project might pigeonhole her creativity. This isn't about personal differences, far from it. About growth and pursuit of a broader artistic path. I don't know. I don't think so. I guess it's somebody separate. Artistic burnout is real, not unavoidable with those who make a living with their creative works. As I'm sure you're quite familiar with, you've been meaning to say this for a while now, but struggle to find the right words. This is where I come in. Please know this isn't goodbye. This is a temporary shift as she explores new opportunities and works Whether the creators were absolutely open to revisiting collaborations in the future. After all, analysts plus SINDER has always been a slam dunk combo. As your understanding during these uncertain times and urge you to resist the temptation to reach out to Nano directly. It's a difficult time for her as well, and she needs the space to gather her thoughts in these moments of reflection. If you have any questions or future business inquiries, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm here to help. So, I'm bringing this unrelated Kira fellow. Seems to me like trying to separate any proof actually involved. And that's just the vibe. So, I don't know. Yeah, it just feels like they wanted to put somebody in between. But I think, at least to me, like, I know it says it was just due to artistic reasons, but I don't know. Let's see.
Akira messaged this chat first and renamed the chat to Nanolis Commissions, showing that I didn't make this group or initiate this conversation.
Yeah, who is
Akira
this person?
said Nano was meaning to say this for a while, but everything Akira describes she never showed anything remotely similar to.
You know
Nano
what I mean?
was
Like,
always excited
is
for
this
our
person?
projects, including just days before this.
Yeah, who is this person? I mean, like, okay, just because she was excited days before. Well, clearly, something happened and he doesn't want to be working. So, there you go. Akira thinks that the message. Atlanta recently makes sense that we have been working with Nano consistently for years now. Been a major part of our brand. And why SINDER is SINDER. I don't know who this person is. But anyway, we'll go on. This heard that it's kind of coming from out of nowhere from my perspective. We didn't hear anything about this from her directly before him. This is the conclusion she came to. Then I will talk to SINDER and figure out our next steps. Does it mean all projects we were in talks with Nano with are canceled? Putting our model updates. Appreciate your help, Akira, and you're helping Nano with everything she does. You can be a bit disorganized sometimes. It's unfortunate. These are the terms we're meeting on them. Akira, hey, thank you so much for the quick response. I'm really sorry about the disorganization on Nano's end. And I totally understand how this might have felt sudden. This really feels like Chat GPT. I'm stepping in to help smooth things out. Make sure communication is clear moving forward. So we can all stay in the loop and avoid such surprises. After future commissions, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout. So she need a bit of a break. Once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of future collaboration. In the meantime, if you have any projects or pressing deadlines that Nano can't take on, I'll personally facilitate another high-caliber artist who can handle the commission. Make sure SINDER gets the high-quality artwork she's associated with. We don't create a roadblock for you. Okay, so I also find it mildly amusing that artists who is heavily against generative AI due to basically stealing from real artists, but is fine with using generative AI is stealing from real writers. Double standards much. Yeah, I gotta be real, that's a lot of assumption. But anyway, let's continue. Red, I'm not sure how much she's informed you, but the latest project we brought her on was for a small model update to SINDER's demon model. You draw in the past, however, I don't think having another artist create new layers for existing work would be reasonable. The project was intended for launch in June, but if Nano has to cancel them, we'll scrap the updates altogether. As your future project analyst or yourself on her behalf, you can reach out to us when she's ready. We'll discuss things. Thank you for your work you've done for us, Nano. Akira, yes, anything in the immediate future, I'd say around July, just to give a rough estimate. Everything is on hold for now. Totally understand if delaying the project isn't feasible on your end. We can definitely touch base again around that time and see where things stand, but if it still doesn't make sense to move forward, we can cancel altogether. Whatever works better for you is fine. People might think I sound more Chat GPT because I'm writing for professional things. Sometimes it's hard to tell. I mean, to be honest, I'm throwing it out there as a joke. It just sounds very, like, automated, you know? Red, I don't think that timeline would work for this project, unfortunately. Look forward to hearing from you the time comes. Thanks, Akira. Appreciate it, right? Akira, that's understandable. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thanks a lot for being so understanding on such short notice. I think Nano really appreciate it. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to ask. Have a good week. All right.
I immediately accepted this decision.
Yeah,
if it's what
absolutely. I
Nano
get you.
wanted. My comment saying Nano is a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. I said thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano, because she was in this chat at the time.
I gotcha. But wouldn't there be a message that said she left? Yeah, wait a second. Wouldn't there be a message that she was removed from the chat? Wait, time out. Wouldn't there be a message that says Nanolist left or Nanolist was removed from the chat? I'm like 90% sure if you do that. Can somebody verify that for me? A group where we can remove this, pretty sure. But normally it puts a message. Yeah, it puts a message like Nanolus left the chat. I'm gonna check something really quick. I'm gonna actually check something really quick. Hold on. Yeah, give me 1 second. Yes, it does. Okay, let me show you really quick, chat. Yeah, let me show you really quick. So if you yeah, hold on here a second. I hope I'm not like reading too much into this or anything, but let me show you guys something really quick. So I'm in a group chat really quickly with Toomsy and Kinro in it, right? As you can see right here, I made a group message with them, right? And I was the group owner, and I added both Kinro and Toomsy into it. And then once I removed him, because I'm the group owner, it says, Elara removed Toomsy from the group. So I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it, but where is that? But what if you're the owner and then you leave? Oh, she was the owner, right? That's a good question. Let me... Toomsy, I'm gonna add you to this chat. Hold on. I'm gonna add you to this chat, Toomsy. Hold on. Okay. Toomsy, I have a question. If I leave this group, can you send me a screenshot of what it says? Yeah, does it leave a notification that I left, Toomsy? If you don't mind, could you send me a screenshot? I'm sorry to involve you in that. I'm so sorry. You're just like the closest person that I had that I could ask immediately. Oh shit. Alright, let me take this Oh, I changed the group name. Test. Toomsy and Kinro are part of this, right? I removed Toomsy, right? I added to the group, and when I left, it says Elara left the group. So why would it not show? Why would it not show? Let's scroll back up here. Nano added me to chat originally since the first time I'd have been in contact with a set of person. The time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me in the chat and later leaving. The Discord messages of her adding me in the chat and leaving were gone. But how though? They don't leave, do they? I don't think they leave. There's an option to leave a group without leaving a message. Okay, alright. Alright, cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's such a minor point anyway, but I thought it was worth at least talking about. Yeah, you're right. There is a way to leave without leaving a message, I suppose, huh? Adding to the group, yeah. That's true. Alright, anyway, question mark on that. Not that important, but question mark, you know. I mean, accept the decision. You know, or Red, I'm sorry. Here just asking for clarification here. So, in fact, me and Cinder's plans for the future is Nano taking a break from commissions in general for the next few months due to burnout from back-to-back projects, and then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things. Or after a break, she has decided not to work with us, and this scale has been and only take on projects sparingly. She can pursue other things. Thanks for the help. Akira, hey Red, I think it's still too early to say, but once we resume the collaborations, I believe doing smaller scale projects first, like screens and whatnot, would be ideal. Once we get our foot in the door a little bit, it will depend on how Nana feels about it. I believe she's actually wants to undertake large projects again, but trying out smaller stuff first is definitely smarter in my opinion. So Nana was like, bro, I'm burned out. I need to take a step back. Akira is assisting them. We don't know who Akira is, chat. Red, well, given the timeline, let's say she's back in July. The next and last thing after Sinner's Demon mod update was a new up. Bro, okay, here's the thing. Red, in this situation, you just gotta like, okay, let me know when she's back. But, like, why are you prying? Just leave her alone, dude. Oh my god. I know that you need to know to a point, and you're Cinder's manager, but at the same time, dude, like, they said they're gonna let you know. Like, let them let you know. Chill out. Given the timeline, let's say it's back in July. The next and last thing after Cinder's Demon model update was a new outfit model project we showed her recently. It's planned to be debuted in August, and there may be just enough time for it to be done. I know you're saying this wouldn't be the type of project you want to take on soon, but if I could get a concrete answer from around this outfit project, specifically sooner rather than later, to help us figure out things on our end. And one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout? Bro, leave her alone. Just leave her alone. Akira, I'll bring it up to her. I'm thinking we might have a clear answer by June regarding a potential start date for the Demon model update. Like, you don't know why she took this break. Maybe something really bad happened. Otherwise, it'd probably be a bit early to have this conversation with her. I know, as far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Brad thinks Akira, no worries. Like, they just don't understand, like, boundaries, even professionally.
I asked Akira more questions and tried to
needs to be like,
speculate
no,
on some kind
like,
of
that's
timeline
enough.
when Nano may possibly be able to work with us again, since this threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors from her perspective
It's more like reading
that
the
led
room,
to this
Keyblade.
decision besides artistic
Read the
burnout.
room, you know?
Thinking my conversation about Shylily with her could have had something to do with this. I was reassured it was just burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know I was right to suspect
Yeah, I'll be
this.
honest, I don't think it had a whole lot to do with burnout or artistic pressure. At least my, like, speculation would be it was probably about the Shy Lily stuff. But I mean, I could be wrong. It's more just reading the room, Keyblade. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody says, like, hey, like, I'm not doing well, and somebody appears and says, hey, guess what? You know, they're still trying to step away. Things are not good for them right now. You don't pry, you know, you let them have their space. But yeah, I did kind of question up there. They said artistic reasons. How true is that actually, you know? Oh, no worries. Akira, could we preemptively be looking for new core center model artists for any on these projects in the immediate future? Akira, in an ideal world, I'd love for you to wait until Nano's recovered from her burnout, but I completely understand that's not realistic from a business standpoint. I mean, Keyblade, at least in my opinion, and people might read this differently, so you're entitled to how you feel about it. For me, reading this, and maybe because I'm just a huge like, very, very empathetic, I would be like, okay, and give them space. You know what I mean? I can read that room. But it's different for everybody, right? That's just my opinion. Please feel free to begin the search for new artists. As I mentioned before, I'm more than happy to assist any way I can, whether that's facilitating potential artists, helping with the transition process. After all, it's so you can find yourself in an inconvenience. So they're just like, hey, it's probably not going to work out with Nano. You might want to move on. Yeah, like, either he lacks the awareness or he knows and doesn't want to admit it. Brad, I think the confusion came from initial message, was it seems like Nano was breaking up with us. We'll be continuing being a major part of our team as Cinder's model artist moving forward. If she needs a few months away from any new project, that's completely understandable. That's what they said. And we can wait for her to be ready. We don't want to move on to another model artist. He said that's what we planned. I mean, that's what was set up here, right? Akira, what I mean is that we don't know how long the healing process will take. And it'd be unfair to keep you from working on models for the time being. I mean, months, might be a year. It's uncertain yet. It's a very clear answer, right? Brad, it's not, as long as Nano is saying, I don't want to be Cinder's model artist anymore, we'll wait for her until she's ready again. Not saying we don't want to be working on other model projects in that time frame. Depending on how long it takes when she's ready, we will be too. Okay, there's your answer. Akira, thanks a lot for understanding. We still appreciate it. Brad, Cinder is very distressed over this whole situation as a birth the newsroom. Can you give us any confirmation this time that when Nano returns, she'll be willing to continue making models for her? Bro, back the fuck off, dude. I need a sip. I need a sip of gamer subs. Yeah, Nano messed up, Zinni. We already talked. We've gotten to that. We acknowledge that Nano messed up big time. We acknowledge that. Now I'm on about Red sitting here just continuously prying for information after she's giving you a definitive answer, you know, like, oh yeah, like, Cinder's very distressed over the whole situation. Well, like, yes, but give them the space to resolve it. Being what if this is true, right? Akira, I'm sorry to hear that. She can't understand too regarding the models. Believe Nano needs to prioritize prioritize healing right now. And like I said, it's yet unknown how long it's going to take. So if you keep asking the same question over and over, you're not going to get a different answer, right? Once she feels like she can work on a Cinder model again, we can start a conversation about it. It's not by any means off the table. Like I said, be months or even a year until that happens. Kara been speaking to Cinder about this on and off. If you want to be to relay your thoughts, she doesn't feel like she should message in herself. Leave it be. Can we all agree right now that Red is doing too much? Can we agree to that, chat? He's doing way too much here. He is just pushing.
I didn't
way
want to
too
move
hard
on from Nano, and said we'd wait for her and change our plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's model artist.
Right?
I first told Cinder about this before I said I broke the news to her. This reasoning Akira gave us didn't make sense. On April 9, 2025, Nano showed no signs of burnout, ready and willing to take on the next project, excited about my new design.
We've already seen these screenshots, right? What? Again, here's the thing though. Nano showed no signs of burnout. Let's see, hypothetically right now, chat, we're gonna go under the assumption that Nano is actually burned out. But we're gonna go under that assumption for a second. So go on this journey with me, chat. Under my assumption, but why did it play the sus sound? So under this assumption, Nano showed no signs of burnout. Well, you don't know that, right? You don't actually know what's going on behind the scenes. So just because you don't know doesn't mean it's not true, right? The last thing Nano said to Red, you showed no signs of being burned out either. Well, but again, you don't know. You don't know, right? Under our assumption, right? You just don't know. We've seen this, so I am going to skip it. Last time Nano applied she was burned out from work was to Red in September 2024, and she canceled a bunch of projects herself over several months earlier. But again, you do not know. You do not know whether she's actually burned out or not. You're like, oh, well, she didn't show any signs, blah, 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 blah. Well, again, you just don't know that. You know, it could go either way.
After Akira's messages, I was heartbroken, distraught, and didn't know where to go from here. Akira asked for Nano to not be contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out if that's how she felt. Red reassured me that things would be okay and that we'd work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing that I could think of as to why Nano would come to this decision, and without saying anything to me at all, I cancelled my Fansly stream I was supposed to have that night.
So now we're gonna drop the hypothetical here for a second because I'm more under the impression that whole thing of like, yeah, you know, she needs a break, burnout, etc. and stuff. I think it's like a half truth, right? I think that she might. Hey, so you thinking for the raid, cutie? I think that hypothetically she might have been burned out a little bit, but also she might have been questioning like what has happened, and maybe that message about crying for information about Shy Lily was the straw that broke the camel's back. I think that's more the hype. I think that's more likely what happened. I want to write that down. In my opinion, Nano was suffering from burnout, but the crying messages about Lily prompted the Akira messages. I think that is probably more than likely what actually happened. What do you think, chat? What do you think? And it's based on what we have so far. It could change. It could change, right? So Cinder cancels her Fansly stream. Here's my post on Fansly. I'm not linking it directly because Fansly is a not safe for work site. So we can just canceling her stuff right here. 5 days later, Red message Akira again. Okay, so Akira been speaking to Cinder about this on and off, and she wanted me to relay her thoughts. She doesn't feel like she should message in herself. She's very hurt that Nano hadn't discussed this with her sooner. She came to a decision without any warning at all the time they've worked together. And now seemingly all communication with each other being taboo. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, dude, but that's how it is. Like, deal with it. Not to mention this, you wasn't included in this conversation. As you know, Cinder has tied her image and her brand around Nano's work over the past few years. Regardless of the business implications she may come of not working together with her, he's more just hurt personally. This feels like a sucker punch at the same time. One of the factors in his space for really weighing her down. Well, I'm sorry it sucks, but it be what it be. You know, like, there was a reason for that either way, right? under this assumption or not. Like I said before, we continue to respect Nana's wishes and don't expect her decision to change. After counting, we've both completely understand the burnout with having 13 projects together in 18 months. The MC syndrome. We still believe this could have been handled better or a compromise made so that both sides could walk away satisfied. They have a long-time relationship feeling it was upended overnight. One thing this argument solved confirms that the Cinder wasn't kicked out of the Nikki anniversary concert in favor of Silver. I forgot about that, Kamikaze. Thanks for bringing that up. Again, if somebody steps away from you for a big reason like that, if we go under the assumption that the burnout was 100% real, then she's stepping away from you for a reason, and you're not respecting that matter, right? I just feel like this whole thing feels very disrespectful. You know what I mean? So besides if she would, you're saying, no. So Kamikaze says, one thing this document soft confirms is that Cinder wasn't kicked out of the Nikkei 2.5 anniversary concert in favor of Silver, like some speculated around that time, as the bad news that she received. The bad news she received was about Nano. Like I said before, we continue to respect Nano's wishes and don't expect her decision to change, but like, you're not respecting it by constantly like bothering them. After counting, we both completely understand the burnout with having all those projects. Due to the uncertainty of the future, we began discussing backup plans in the case that Nano doesn't want to continue working together on major projects. That's good. Thanks for understanding. I hope to work things out when the time comes. All right, first of all, I really appreciate you guys giving Nano the space she needs and avoiding DMing her directly. I know it must be difficult for you as well. Also, I'm truly sorry this situation came so suddenly. Nano's been bottling up her feelings for quite a while and unfortunately led to a recent emergency hospital visit due to her stress. So there you go. Has it been increasingly painful for her too? Please don't view this a taboo topic, but rather it's a much needed pause. Sometimes, guys, this sounds really horrible, but you need to understand that sometimes you just gotta cut everything out. You gotta take a step away. It happens, right, chat? I'll give you an example. I'll use myself as an example because that's probably the most comfortable thing here to talk about. So, I was having an awful time mentally for a while, chat. I had some things happen to me. Personally, I was very much on Twitter too much. That stuff was just absolutely killing me. It was ruining my mindset. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to make a change and I'm going to stop being on Twitter so much. If there's days that I'm not on Twitter, then so fucking be it. But I had to make a very large change very fast. And sometimes it's just that way. And I see what, obviously this is a more dire situation than that, right? So if she says it was because of a hospital visit, Nana suffered from her burnout, but a prime message about Lily prompted the cure messages. So now we know this is actually due to a hospital visit. So, we can see that because of this hospital visit, this is why all this happened. So now we have this information. Now we know the real reason, right? Burnout and stress can be easily triggered even by well-meaning messages. It's not that it's professional. It uses professional language, but Cinder plus Cinder is the same dunk combo. Yeah, true. Anyway, it's not that important. It's okay, right? I agree that this has been addressed earlier. What's up, Luna? How are you? Had this been addressed earlier, things might have been gone more smoothly. Sadly, Nana wasn't able to express how overwhelmed she was at the time. But what could have been a small break in an open conversation about workplace ended up being something much more abrupt. Very, very, very clear. Also understand your necessity for a backup plan, and I hope we get the chance to collaborate again. So there you go. She overworked herself, ended up in the hospital. That's where Akira picked up things.
If this was truly what Nano was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it and she chose not to talk to us at all about it, we still accepted her decision with hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this.
Well, but
she
if they went to
didn't
the
even
hospital,
give us the courtesy to explain herself after
it
years
sucks, but
of
it is what
working
it is.
together, and instead sent someone we've never even heard of to say goodbye for her. The last message above was 5 days before Nano posted her document.
This might be a hot take, chat, but if you went to the hospital, right, nobody owes you Well, this is what it says right here. Unfortunately, had a recent emergency hospital visit due to stress. She didn't even give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together. So this might be a hot take, guys, but she doesn't owe you an explanation, especially if she just went to the hospital. Like, she had somebody step in because it was that dire, right? So I'm sorry you feel that way, but going to the hospital is kind of more important, you know? Again, the main character syndrome. So anyway, and here is Nano's document, right? I don't know if people are gonna sit there and say like, gotta be like, oh, Nano didn't actually go to the hospital, but I mean, I believe it based on everything that's going down. I believe it. You know what I mean? There's a reason why Akira was here, and maybe the reason that Akira was here was because, and they didn't hear from Mio because Mio was helping Nano, right? I think they're hard on this because they think Nano lied about being burned out. Maybe so. So, Nano was suffering from burnout, but the prime minister about Lily prompted the Akira messages. No, this is actually due to a hospital visit. So, actually, what we can say right here, chat, we can just delete this and just be like, Nano went to hospital due to stress, and had Akira step in. Mio was probably busy, tending to Nano. There you go. Yeah, it's entitlement. You're right. Here we go.
Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at
oh my god, we made it to the end, chat. We made it to the end.
She was the first one to post. Around this time, Red sent her a DM saying Nano please, but deleted it right after. I messaged her Nano can we talk, but deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord so we couldn't contact her again.
The Akira stuff feels super weird though, the person came in. I know where we don't know who they are. I think my assumption is this right here, Kitsu. Nano went to the hospital due to stress and had Akira step in. Mio, who's their manager, is probably busy tending to Nano. Is it a mix of the messages of Lily? I don't know, right? Is it a little weird? Sure, but is it explainable? 100%. It could be Nano's manager. Well, I can't find any info about Akira still being your manager. Maybe they're not. Maybe they only stepped in to help when they were at the hospital. I agree, it's a little weird, but I think it's explainable enough. What do you think, chat? What do you think about this Akira person? Is it explainable enough away? What do you think? Nano and Mio were in the hospital. Why not just wait till they get out? If Akira did initiate the conversation, there was no rush. Yeah, I mean, they could have just tried and, like, message him, right? But I'm super obsessed about this Akira person, sure. I mean, I could see that, right? We can put a note here, right? So, like, Mio's probably busy tending to Nano. Or, Nano, Nano was, fed up after prying messages about Lily, from Red, which prompted Akira stuff. So it's either one of these two things, right, chat? It's either Nano was fed up after the prime messages from Red about Lily, which prompted the whole Akira stuff. It's either one or those two, right? Sure, it's definitely worth mentioning and putting in the notes. It's explainable enough, though, and that's why I lean the other way, but my personal opinion, some weird friend she had Black Red too. Could be. Alright, here we go, chat. We did it. After 2 days, the Nano's part is completed. Let's go. Alright, here we go, guys. So now we can go look at Bao's stuff, which, by the way, Bao's stuff goes a lot faster because of the lot of repeated screenshots that we've already looked at. So, in the fact that Nano said that our Discord announcement that she does her management, these instances of Akira's worth paying attention to. Sure, absolutely. Definitely. So anyway, let's go look. Let me bring up my stuff here, because I'm going to show you Nano's apology really quick, chat. Yeah, I want to bring up her apology. Got to look at. Got so much to look at. I guess it's worth bringing up I guess we can bring this up now. I don't know how true this is or not, but somebody was saying that Heads Up Nanolis is editing her document. I mean, she was in here. I don't know if she actually edited the document. I don't think she can edit without permission. When I went to Google Docs, seemed like that's who's doing, not necessarily editing, but she owns a Google Doc unless it's Lily's doc. I don't know. Again, I don't really 100% know if she edited it or not, but I think it's worth at least kind of pointing out. On top of that, too, people weren't finding any changes. Okay, good. Again, I pulled this like before Sunday's stream, so I also deleted her document September 5th and brought it back on the 17th, which we did notice. We did notice this. So anyway, chat, here is Nanolist's message to everyone, and we're going to read this together really quick. So, Nanolist, hey everyone, I feel like my closest community deserves a bit of information. Recent happenings. Okay, cool. And again, I pulled this back on like Sunday morning, so first of all, I'm sorry for bringing all this mess to the community. Honestly, it's a lot of hands-on. It's all of my hits are posting because it felt like it wasn't the right thing to do, mostly to show what's happening on the backstage of things. Back then, I really tried to be the people pleaser, which we did talk about, so definitely you can see that. Didn't know how to say no. No cool project ended up taking on too much. I could chew. And also kept up with Cinder projects, which I love to work on. I already worked really hard to keep up with Cinder's rhythm, give her priority, and still wanted to work with new people, which, as you can see, didn't work out well. I canceled many commissions. I did use Mio with his consent as an excuse to my client, and Mio is not my manager since it didn't work out, and I actually cut it from him. I do my own management. None of the canceled commissions were paid up front. I communicated months prior to the starting point. The canceled clients noticed. Maybe just not Val. Sorry, I don't remember well. Everything sorted out. So she's saying that, yeah, Mio might have been a manager for a little bit, but ultimately, they ended up cutting it. It didn't work out. So I don't know if this confirms that Akira wasn't a manager at one point, right? It isn't confirmed that they weren't a manager at one point. It just says I do my own management, so maybe it confirms that they are their own manager now. I don't know. I kind of have a few question marks about that statement, Yeah, was Akira just posing for manager for a little bit? I don't know. Why do I work my ass off to please Cinder? There's a point I thought to myself, why not ask if they want me to be exclusive and they would pay for it? Since I was almost doing so, I revisited the first talk. I'm sorry I didn't realize it looks weird, but this was not the whole point. It was about the blacklisting. So, there you go. Right. The exclusivity did was paid to me, but since I backed out because my friends told me I was being stupid by taking it, discounted from the commission payment. The offer was this much money, cost rigging a novel harassment center figure for my exclusivity. Thank you, friends. So again, Nailus is saying like, yeah, I fucked up, but I also realized, I agreed to it and I shouldn't have done that. I mean, she's still fucked up, right? She's still fucked up. I also want to apologize to people who were mentioned with no reason at all at this Cinder doc. I needed help, but didn't think they were being included this way. It had nothing to do with the whole situation, so please don't ever bother them with this. I've learned a lot through this whole situation I caused. Sadly, I will still be working as much as I can, but that's what I like to do. Saying no to clients still hurts me, but it's something I'm still enduring and respecting them in my own limits. So, I mean, again, we already know Nano messed up. That's not even a question at this point. And maybe Akira is somebody that, Nano had just to talk to Cinder Red, just to put between them. We will definitely put that. We were not gonna put it on the shelf. We're gonna put it to the side because it's a point, but I don't know how important it is right now. You know what I mean? It seems a little sus. Honestly, Nano rearranging screenshots out of order, leaving stuff out, being the first to ask for exclusivity, canceling balance over on her own volition, and then asking Cinder for 20K to cancel Nano's comms with others. It's ridiculous. I mean, again, like I said, Kitsu, we already know she fucked up. She definitely fucked up. And I think a lot of people are calling that out, and, rightfully so, right? We can go back here. Her doing the exclusivity at the start was really messed up, and that was a huge, huge point. But I do still want to point out, nonetheless, that Red still did influence her. Maybe manipulate is too strong of a word, but him sharing certain information pieces that he had no business sharing. a lot of people still blindly defending her. I think that people need to realize that both parties can be wrong at the same side, right? At the same time, right? It can exist at the same time, but also Red and Nano were friends at that point. Yeah, I mean, but again, he really didn't need to share that information. That's my opinion about it. I don't know. This is somebody that you know is working with him. You know it's going to be problematic if you share that information. I feel like you have that moral obligation to know not to share that information. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, let's continue, chat. Here we go. So here is, Val's document right here. But I was reading here by somebody I thought was a friend. So I will let you guys know we are oh yeah, absolutely, Kitsu. I think we're on the same page about it, and maybe there's some minor disagreements we might have about the level of influence and this and that, but I definitely get where you're coming from, girly. And even if you disagree with me 100%, for any of you, chat, even if you disagree with me, like, that's fine. I still respect you and your opinion. Anyway, here we go. We are going to skip some screenshots because some of them are repetitive, so this section will go a bit faster, by the way. Just going to put that out there now. I don't want you to think I'm skipping it because it's not important. I just want to let you know I'm skipping it because we've already read it like 5 times now.
Val has always been a great friend to me, and I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. I've neglected Val, the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle. There was so much I couldn't explain in my apology about what happened between Red and I over Val. That's all presented below. Because of Red's resentment towards her after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of last year, she became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me to treat her differently to avoid any conflict between us. I never tried to talk to Val about it because I didn't agree with Red to begin with, and I didn't want to start any drama between us. I was ignorant to the way she felt isolated from me and our other friends earlier this year. She was hurting and I didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have, and I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry for making her feel unwanted. How are you doing, Shadow? How are you? Let's see less so because, what are you talking about, sweetie? Let's feel like Cinder's whole thing with Nano would have been a nothing burger. You didn't hear Bao.
I knew Bao had a model planned with Nano. She showed it to me at WeebCon in March of last year. Yep. I also knew that the model was cancelled in August before she told me and our friends. I was told that Nano chose to cancel Bao's model so she could focus on her own content. I had no reason to ask to read Red's messages myself when this happened. Yep. When Bao messaged me and our friends, I felt bad that I already knew about it. I saw how excited she was about this model, but I didn't do anything to try and help her. I was under the impression this was what Nano wanted, and I've always been on Nano's side about what she chose to work on. As far as I was aware, Bao didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again after that. I didn't know it was ever replanned or that Red brought Bao up to Nano in their exclusivity deal in January. I did not and do not agree with what he said about Bao to her then.
So, Cinder's saying, hey, I don't, agree with what Red did, which is lightly taken. I mean, if you want to believe that, that is taken into consideration, but also you're still responsible for him because he's your manager. It sucks. It is what it is, though, but yeah, there you go. Also, guys, it's been like 2.5 hours. Let me stretch really quick. She sounded like something my toxic ex would say. Oh my god. Yeah, let me actually I'm gonna refill my water really quick. Hold on, I'll be right back. y'all gotta remind me to stretch every 2 hours. This could be me issue, but the music needs a little bit overpowered by the it's like volume can need to shift down. Does the music need to go down, chat? Sorry, you already went through this section. We haven't got there yet. Yeah, we haven't got there yet. Guys, the music need to go down, y'all. We can turn it down a little bit. I did tell you to stretch, but you know what? I didn't see it, so you know what? Alright, we put it down a touch. We can also turn the TTS up if need be. I'll do that a little bit. Bada bing. Okay, you're a good kid too. It's good. I trust your word. By the way, my brain just put 2 and 2 together. Are you doing okay? I'm sorry, I saw it earlier and then I took a blank right there, so. Alright, here we go, chat. I really want to get through this section.
Bao was recovering from surgery when she was told one
How
of
dare
her
you not
closest
remind me?
friends
I'm
betrayed
like,
her.
problems.
I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shy Lily, or our other friends involved, when she made her decision to make everything public, but I believe she was misinformed. I wish she would have talked to me first, but I don't hold that against her. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her and I was neglecting her, so I didn't deserve that courtesy back. Bao was encouraged to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing not to say anything about it before I did.
This part of the dive made me feel bad for them.
Bao was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a vtuber in 2020. I was lucky enough to become her friend and get to know her. She works extremely hard on everything she does, especially her music. With how much bullshit she's been through so much bullshit. She is one of the strongest people I've ever met. Bao is the kind of person who'll always have her friends' backs. I'm sorry that I didn't do the same for her, and for never being the friend she deserved me to be.
I think the thing here is just that what they're most guilty of is Fred having this opinion on Bao and being really shitty about it. And I don't know how much Cinder agreed with it. I don't really know. It's kind of hard to tell, to be honest. I want to think, because she says so many times that she disagrees with it. I mean, I want to take her word, but at the same time, like, she's contradicted herself so many times, and she's lied several times. It's really hard to believe what she has to say at this point.
I'm
Cinder,
sorry
in
to
particular,
Bao.
Cinder.
I completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, and made a mistake
Multiple
that
times.
not only hurt her with Nano, but continued to hurt her because of my influence on Cinder's actions towards her for months afterwards.
Yep.
I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone
I mean,
who's
Cinder
only
did
been
believe
a
Red
supportive
because
friend to us. I was too
obviously
immature to look
said she was
past my personal
influenced up here.
resentment towards her to talk to her about the things that made me feel that way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone and take an opportunity away from them who had only hurt us in my own headcanon.
Yep.
I also want to apologize to Bao for reassuring Nano it was okay to cancel her model last August. I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it would affect us, and not Bao. I'm sorry.
I mean, at least there is that acknowledgement, right? So
Below we've laid out anything Red or I have experienced with or related to Bao that are relevant to everything that's happened. This includes conversations with our mutual video editor, Red's conversations with Nano about Bao's model, our real-life experiences, and the production of Boss Rush's music video with Sacramore, leading up to what Red told Nano in their exclusivity deal.
yeah, I mean, like, the one thing I will say right here is she said, like, she said she believed she was misinformed, so, but she also says, like, right here, let me see, let me find it. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her. I was neglecting her, so I didn't deserve that courtesy back. So, like, she at least knew Red had, like, a problem. And how much influence that laid on her, we can't really say, right? We don't know. But so to your point, Link, yeah, I get you. Anyway, video editor exclusivity. I mean, we've seen these screenshots from the prior document before.
The first time Red asked our video editor about working with us exclusively was a couple weeks after we saw they had worked with Bao. Initially,
Bao was not at
I
fault
took
for
them
anything.
working with Bao
Let's be
personally
real.
when I shouldn't have. I thought it must have been because my content wasn't good enough, or as good as Bao's in this case. I thought it could be that I wasn't paying them enough, so they were looking for other work. I was upset, but not at her. She was my friend. Red wanted them to have the time to do more for us in general, so he wanted to ask them about becoming exclusive for that reason. Red also asked how much they'd be looking to be paid for exclusivity. They turned him down and it wasn't a problem.
Right.
We were both satisfied with their response and accepted their decision. I got over my insecurity and was happy they were supporting my friend with her content.
I mean,
it was only
not
over
really.
our shared video editor that
there's
I
a lot
ever
of
saw
insecurity
Bao as
you had,
any
but
kind
okay.
of competition, but it didn't affect how I treated her.
Yeah, I mean, you got over one insecurity, but you certainly didn't get rid of silver veils or the rest of them. But anyway, continuing.
In my apology I said, yes, Red and I were initially upset when Bao hired my editor, and I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt as if maybe my content wasn't good enough, or like I wasn't paying enough for his work. But I accepted it and was happy for him for getting that bag and supporting one of my friends at the same time.
Red, okay, real talk, how much work do we need to give you? How much in a monthly income? So again, we've seen this screenshot. Finding out about Bao's model. Red asked Nano about her current projects like he often would. And we've already seen this screenshot. I will take a second just to show them. So that we're on the same page, but I am not going to reread them again because we've already read it, right? It doesn't make sense or any time recent to reread something that we've already read multiple times.
My youth reaction in this screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This was the first time I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on a model.
Well, I don't want anybody to be like, oh, you skipped it. You summarized. You didn't read the whole document. Like, bro, I read every screenshot once, at least. Is it what they're talking about? Not the Bowberry. And of course, asking about Bao's design model, etc. Much in the way that Red loves to do is to find out about everybody's model when it's being made, blah, 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 blah.
I was asking questions about
Kitsu.
Bao's design here to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush's theme.
We're
like
going to
a
finish
lore
in 2026, baby.
Boss Rush was only an idea between me and Cinder at the time, but we knew what the concept would eventually be, just not who would be included. Later in their conversation Bao was mentioned again.
We don't need another invented situation. All right, here's the Rio screenshot. There's a bird from Rio there.
After Nano said she was rethinking her waitlist, I said I won't stop her if she wanted to make more time for us. She responded saying she was thinking about getting rid of the later ones. I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing her herself. Nano said here she really wanted to work with Bao.
So she says, you know, it's planned for June. Nano asked Red about Bao's model timeline. I really don't know the moment. We're working on the winter model now. So on and so forth. Right? Maybe having it done sooner. Whatever happens later, I'll be open for it. Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. We talked about this. This is something that Nano should not do. Nowhere did I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she make it done sooner than June. WeebCon. WeebCon is where Bao showed us the new model design Nano was working on for him. The She-Wolf cover song. I messaged Red about doing a cover of She-Wolf with me for Halloween. What She-Wolf? Like Megadeth She-Wolf? Like, that'd be badass as fuck. This was the first and only time she went to Red in the DMs to play something me. So Red, this song would be a duet. We've not seen the screenshot, so we are going to read it. A question is Cinder familiar with singing in Japanese? Bao. Red, nope. Bao, okay, noted. Red, she could definitely try, but I mean, I wouldn't been kind of working out. Bao, no, it's all good. For Halloween, let's sing a cover album. Was asking around to see you want to be part of it. Would Cinder be down to sing a duet of She-Wolf than me? The Shakira one, I know. Red, she's streaming, but I asked her Bow by Shakira. Okay, word, I'm super flexible. We can change the key. Didn't have to sing any lines. She was very confident in, etc. Red writing that down. The Megadeth version is better. Just saying.
She messaged Red again later, now telling him that Numi was involved. Red asked me about this, and he told Bao that I said I was down to do it. I also said she could have just messaged me about this, and I don't know why she didn't. Red asked her to clarify if it would be just the two of us like she said, or three of us now, but Bao never responded.
Okay, yeah, no rush, getting back says Bao. Actually, Jake, the producer, said eating time with commission right now. LMAO, do you mind asking us to do she down sometime soon? Now let me know so I can let Numi know. It'll just be us two. Red, I think she's down. She said you could have messaged her. What do you mean? Maybe Bao wasn't comfortable with that or just wanted to go through her manager, you know? I mean, that's not like crazy. I know it's super, or I'm sorry, it's the song just you and her. Is Numi doing it too? From what the Matt last message said, LOL. Or is Numi doing a different song with you? It's super early, but do you have a release date in mind so to be Halloween? Are we doing any kind of MV or promo art? Would be just a song, and curious how many songs you're playing for the album. Okay, cool. So 3 days later, they message.
3 days later, Val messaged me to add me into her project server
Alberto.
for the song. This was the first thing she said to me about it. Red never told me Bao said anything about Numi's inclusion in the 3 days since, and only told me it'd be a duet when
Red
talking
omitting
to me
information?
about it. Numi being included wasn't a problem at all, and the three of us did the cover together.
I can't believe that Red would omit information to Cinder. This is wild, chat. What an insane, groundbreaking moment in this document. He clearly has a history, dude. Clearly a history of just fucking not sharing the full story. Come in here. We playing She-Wolf in here. It's just you, me, Numi. In a way, I thought it was just the two of us. Maybe Red didn't tell me everything. Bruh, it's me. You mean Numi. I told Red that if you don't want to join, then it'd just be me and Numi. Instead, Cinder, he told me they just said his duet. I was just confused, pal. Just thought it'd be cute if the three of us did it. Numi has her kitty form, and I want my puppy form, and your wolf. Meow. I'm sorry. Very, very small. Very, very small miscommunication, though. All around. Not that big of a deal.
Bao's model cancellation. These are Red's DMs with
Nano literally,
leading
that's
up
the one
to when she
takeaway.
cancelled Bao's model. July 23, 2024 to July 26, 2024, Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so we could plan our schedule around it, like we've done in the past with other people she's worked with. It was the end of July and he thought her model was already finished.
Of Nano.
The last time Nano had mentioned it to him was in November, and she told him she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at
I'm gonna be
March
honest,
when
chat.
Bao showed us.
Hey, can I give you an example? I don't go to people and try to like pry the information out of them or like, you know, just ask this information from somebody you shouldn't be asking it of. Just go to the talent and ask them. I've done this in the past before. I've talked directly to them and been like, hey, when, you know, I know you talked about debut. When are you debuting? Because I want to make sure that we're, you know, like debuting on the same day, right? Everybody deserves a spotlight. This is better planning that way. Just go talk to them, right? Just have a conversation. Sinder's Angel models booked for October. I was also excited for what I thought it was the model she's making for someone else. So Nano, can you give me updated PNGs? Again, you're the ones, but I guess I want to move on with my own brand. But I'll work until Cinder says she dumps me. Screenshots we have already seen.
Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commission form so she can do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand
encouraged her to move on with that.
Cinder until we chose not to anymore. I encouraged her and offered her my help.
And this is where he goes on to say, like, you know, I want to offer you advice. I wasn't very familiar with the Brazilian market, but, you know, he wanted to work about, you know, with advertising and stuff like that, right? I'll say cancel my next models. I didn't feel so already committed to them. Nana brings up the idea of canceling models first after especially she wants to do her own thing. And that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. Already seen these arguments in great detail already. Nano talking about she didn't start Bao yet. We'll get to Red's notes here. I'll try to surmise the stuff that's already been shown. Just Just to keep the narrative going, right? Because I don't want anybody to get confused. Hopefully that's
I
good for
asked
y'all.
about Bao being one of the finished
If you get
models
confused,
that
let me know.
hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke, like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her.
Yeah, so again, this is Renana says, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel? Red says no, but you know, she'll guilt trip you, but if that's best for you, then I think you should. I can just play, I'm applying not applying, but applying a little bit of influence, right? Just a little bit. Like, yeah, you know, I'm not telling you to cancel model, but it sounds like it'd be best for what you want to do. Maybe you consider that more friendly conversation, kind of based on the context I've seen from him. I'd take it more as influence.
Out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her?
Which is
she
true.
was already considering canceling it on her own. This was a huge difference from how she felt about Bao's model last November.
Hey, I really want to work with Bao.
I told Nano I thought she should do what was best for her, that less model work meant she could do what she wanted to sooner, and we'd help her with streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way.
What
so
you
I
already
thought
said
she'd
was
complain and guilt trip
you shouldn't
Nano.
have,
I was being honest
that.
with my friend about another friend.
Doesn't matter.
I never asked her to
I was
cancel
being honest.
Bao's
It was a
model
rumor.
or any other model. Nano told me she was already
Speculation.
thinking about it, plus canceling another vtuber's model, so this wasn't just about Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model and I still would have said the same thing if that's what she thought was
that's not a
best
hot
for
take,
her,
Captain.
and her doing so agreed with how I thought about more Nano models. She told me Bao's model hadn't even been started either, and I assumed all that was done must have been the design. I was closer to Nano than I was to Bao, so I was for supporting Nano with what she wanted to do over telling her to keep any projects she was
already canceling. None of this context is shown in an Bao's document. I was being honest with my friend about another friend, but is it honest if it's your misguided opinion? No, it's not. I was just being honest with my friend about another friend. No, you weren't. You were literally sharing your personal thoughts in rumor, speculation, like that. You shouldn't have done that. And on top of that, it's unprofessional, right? Okay, yeah, I think you'll be a bad mom to Cinder, I swear. And you're fine, the only piece we consider models blank, and we swap there within the world. Funniest work. His experience with Bao, right? His misguided experience, right? Or at least, like, where he says, like, oh, she's whiny, right? Where did he get that information from?
I told Nano I thought she should do what was best for her, that less model work meant she could do what she wanted to sooner, and we'd help her with streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so I thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model, or any other model. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling another vtuber's model. So this wasn't just about Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model and I still would have said the same thing if that's what she thought was best for her, and her doing so agreed with how I thought about more Nano models. She told me Bao's model hadn't even been started either, and I assumed all that was done must have been the design. I was closer to Nano than I was to Bao, so I was for supporting Nano with what she wanted to do over telling her to keep any projects she was.
I think with any relationship you have, right, you have to be able to separate the business and the friendship, right? And sadly, those lines were really, really blurred. So if you were going to interact with somebody, you're going to say, hey, like, you know, you're working with this person, right? You're working with Bao. I think it is wrong to share your type of opinion on them to sway them one way or another, right? You're stirring this type of action towards them, right? Hey, guess what? You know, oh well, you know, she's whiny, or oh, you know, she can get somebody else, or oh, you know, the way that I interacted with them, I need to share that with you. I mean, you don't really have a reason to share that with them, right? I'm guessing that's how they personally interacted with each other, and since they were all friends, I didn't even No, whiny pushing out harshly, but like half jokingly, but that's just my best faith interpretation. Obviously, could be wrong. I think that you should be able to separate your friendship and professionalism, and I wouldn't even say that, especially when it's to somebody that's like, hey, maybe I'm thinking about like canceling with this person. I just think that that was inappropriate.
Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they had talked about before. He did not name anyone.
In Kitsu, I think that's just what I disagree with, you know? That's just what I disagree with. Like, just because you have a reason to doesn't mean you should. That's what I think. I think that if somebody is talking about a particular person and you have had like a bad experience with them or whatever, that should be the first thing that you jump to every time, you know? Yeah, just like I said, their relationship was really, really blurred. Anna should have put her foot down and been like, hey, you can't keep coming to me for information, and you constantly talking and bad-mouthing these people isn't something I want to hear. Which, to be fair, there was a time where she did say that about Silvervale, right? It's like, hey, you know, I don't want to get in the middle of the drama. So they definitely both own a little bit of that accountability when it comes to that.
The reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she had cancelled anything was because it could possibly affect our project schedule with her. Nano said she didn't cancel anything yet. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me to give her a moment about it. She told me previously there were at least 2 models she was considering cancelling. There were unrelated messages about my own project they were talking about between these
I just think that, again,
screenshots.
he wants to know the constant timeline of projects for everybody. It's just like, she should have put her foot down and been like, it's not your business, right? Here we go. So this is when she was saying like, hey, like, you know, I didn't cancel anything yet. I bumped Nano again about 6 hours later and she said she was applying to her now. So again, why is he just so like pushy about it? You know, hey, it's okay, I just know you live in a rush. Should you cancel models, right? Why does it matter? Let her do her thing. We've already established that he's very pushy and pry, so...
Another 20 minutes
we don't need to
when
read,
I say to Nano,
like,
did you
like
cancel
go back
models?
on that.
It was in all caps because of the previous messages sent and the fact I still hadn't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't, and I said her arc of doing what she wanted to do would be delayed far into the future, joking with her like I always had.
I'm scared to cancel Bob. I've already seen this conversation. Did Elara's opinion change, guys? I haven't even got to the Shy Lily, but I really hate that. I really hate that Mockingjay. I want to point that out. Whose side are you on, Cinder or Shy Lily? You know what side I'm on? I'm on the side of whatever is the truth. I don't know, I sound like Batman saying that or something, but it's true. Like, I'm not here to pick a side. I just want to talk about this and fucking, like, have a conversation because everything is nuanced. Oh, whose side are you on? Like, I don't give a fuck. To be honest, I just want to talk about the truth and what's real. Like, I'm tired of the divisiveness. I said this on day 1. Everybody's so concerned about whose side you're on, and everybody's concerned about, oh, well, I'm right and you're wrong and this and that. Like, bro, I literally don't fucking care what side you're on. I just want to talk about the points of contention, and that's it. I'm on the side of justice. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that, you know? I don't like that at all. The tribalism sometimes gets to be too much.
Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects, or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't cancelled anything yet.
Right.
I was not the one to bring up
why is
Bao
this so important?
again, and I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she should be at least somewhat paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she'd complain or guilt trip Nano over it. Nano agreed with me,
yeah, I don't want to look at this document anymore.
Opening her other model applications in the first place. All of the lead up to this conversation was left out of Nano's and Bao's documents.
I guess they're really on about this because they want to put, it wasn't included in their documents, right? But maybe this is a hot take, chat, and you can tell me. I feel like a good friend because you're saying Nano, and Red are good friends, right? I think a good friend understands that they need to withhold their own personal thoughts and maybe vendettas or emotions to another friend that is working with them professionally. I might just go silently. You're talking about the forums that Nana was taking for public people. Like, as a friend, if I have a problem with somebody else, let's say that I have a problem with, hypothetically, we're going to use Aya as my example. Let's say I have a problem with Aya, right? And Aya interacts with another streamer. It's not my responsibility to, like, put out there and vent all my problems with Aya to that person, right? Like, I feel like as a friend, you just don't do that because their relationship is their relationship.
45 minutes after, Nano said she was able to start on Cinder's Angel model right away.
What's
when
up, Necros?
earlier
How are
she
you?
said she wasn't able
I think
to
that's what
and
Red's
had
kind of
planned
guilty
to
of here,
start in
too.
October.
Just like
This
not
was
being
all
a
Red
decent
told
friend.
me in our DMs right after
I think
he
so. Yeah, I
talked to
appreciate it.
Nano.
Yeah, it'd be really shitty if you immediately went to your friends and started talking shit. Yeah, I get you. So it is where she says that she's going to immediately start on the next model, right? So I think their big point of wanting to include this was just because it wasn't included. Does it make things better? Does it make things worse? Just more
Later that night,
context.
Red told me Nano was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own tubing career. He said we would help her out, and that
I think the
Nano
biggest
was
part is
able to
just we know
start on
that
my Heaven
Nano
Hound
wanted
model
the
early
exclusivity.
now. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was about the design she showed us in person, but I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was my friend too, and I wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. I didn't see Red's messages and only knew what he told me.
I feel like chat, because this is mostly already included in this section with Nano. I don't know why they felt so much reiteration was that important, and that might be a big part why this document is so long. Most of this is already said in Nano's section, so why is this included again? Or take what out of Red's what you wanted and make that Bao section, you know? Sorry, I'm complaining about the organization of a Google Document. I think I've just read
If
so
I
many.
really wanted Nano to cancel
You know?
Bao's model for some malicious reason, and knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation, why would I have waited 8 months after
hate that
I first
argument.
found out about
Again,
it
third
in
time we
November
read that,
of
I hate that argument.
2023 and told Nano she shouldn't? Why
Yeah,
did
maybe
I
so.
wait 4 months after
I think
we'd
it would have
gone
been
in
more
March
helpful to be included
2024 when Bao showed it to us?
separately, though.
Why, when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June like she told me it was planned for, would I have gone out of my way to make Nano cancel it now?
Yeah, that's such
Although
a dumb
I was
argument.
closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend, and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she could respond to Nano canceling on her doesn't change that. Nano has worked with multiple friends of ours in the past and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Nano expressed to me she wanted to do for herself, and as her friend I reassured her it would be okay.
It would have helped at least with the length, you know, because at least already, chat, at least 20 plus pages are just reiteration. Yes, 980 pages isn't much better, but, you know, it would have helped, right? Just a little
This
bit.
wasn't
I'll
for
take what
Nano
I
to
can
have
get at
more
this
time
point
for us
for being
instead
somebody
of
has to read
anything
every
she had
page.
planned. The only projects we had upcoming with Nano at this time was Cinder's Angel model and starting screen art, which we were content with being started in October, like Nano told me before. It was only after all of this that Nano told me she could start it earlier, which affected our project timeline. That's why I asked if she decided to cancel anything, but I didn't expect her to move our project up.
But it was made a public event for everybody. Still, C is still super suspicious. I mean, I think it just got to the point, Slade. Like, Nano was not innocent in this, but I think it just got to the point where Nano was like the constant prying for information and the influence, to move away from Red and Cinder's quote unquote competition, I think was for them just the biggest problem and why it became public. You know, could they have resolved it privately? Maybe, I don't know. You know, they probably felt like the best course of action was coming out with it publicly. in retrospect, yeah, they should have handled it publicly. Absolutely. I mean, you always want to handle it publicly. Or, sorry. Oh my God. You don't always want to handle it publicly. You always want to handle it privately, if possible. If you can handle it privately, you should. I guess they just felt the other way. You know? No, don't clip it. No. Oh, no. Red message, Dano, NASA, conversation with Paula. Again, pushy. Look, guys, my brain is fried at this point.
She was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I
Elara,
asked how it
encouraging
went.
Google Doc
If
keys.
Bao's design was done, and the model wasn't even started, like Nano told me it wasn't, then I didn't think it was a problem if Bao could just take the design to another model artist.
Which is a weird way of thinking, by the way.
There still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's debut window. Nano
like
told me
you
about.
just don't get to decide that. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Just they can take it to another artist. Like, bro, people work really hard. You know what I mean? And he just go on to say, like, the whole situation was wrong about both of us. Nina should have asked me what she wanted to do with the other commissions, and I should have waited on what I thought. I'm sorry about from action. All this happened, so we did acknowledge that part. We've already read these messages as well. Here's the standalone tweet. I was aware that since the Bao model was canceled before she said anything on the claimed otherwise anywhere. I didn't say anything about it. My apology was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nino and the exclusivity, which we already been told. So again, chat, this is just all repeated messages we've already read, right? So I am going to move past it. And again, this is where she said she messaged her, right? Last tweet, she said regarding her model was canceled in August 2024. It was so close to begin live TD in rigging. However, this wasn't the case because the Nano's document said that Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bob, asking me to cancel my work. In progress, followed by Red saying, contacting me specifically to check. Canceling the model employment, Bob. Neither of which actually shown or true, right? Because Nanola said, I didn't start Bow yet. So, sadly, again, this is just a lot of repeated information, right? Saying there's a back and forth. Also implied that Nano already approached her saying she may not continue her model for August 5th when Red messaged Nano. Again, that's speculation. We pointed that out when we read that as well. All right, so here we go. This is the time at the video editor.
The second time Red asked our video editor about becoming exclusive was after our other editor had stepped down from working with us on August 5th. Instead of finding a replacement, we wanted to see if they could have the time to fill the gap in content left behind, plus any extra videos they'd be available to make for us. Red offered them a raise, but they turned him down and we moved on. This had nothing to do with Bao.
I mean, look how this thing comes out with the new doc every week. I mean, like, sadly, again, it just, it goes back to my tweet about professionalism, right? But anyway, now we got some stuff to actually read here, so... Red, okay, so I think Cinder and I talking about you, consider our predicament, we'd like to make you an offer. Editor, crossing hands, Red. So we lost Blank and we need shorts. And even with Blank capping out, there's a problem with the consistency. So anyways, we'd like to offer you Blank a month to be our exclusive editor, pick up those extra shorts, maybe do more clips. And occasional midweek videos, which you've already been doing. It's okay to decline, we won't be mad. I need to think about it for a while, no worries. There isn't like a deadline thing. Editor, I was about to go back to sleep after you sent this, so I can respond in the morning. But then I get anxious about not responding, so I'm at my PC now. Red, you can go to sleep. Editor says, appreciate the offer, but I'm decline on it. I definitely did read more shorts for consistency, so while I'm looking for a shorts editor, I do 2 shorts a week on top of the 3 that Blank will be doing. I think the main issue is getting at least 5 clips that work for short format every week. So something I've been thinking about is changing the post rules in the Cinder Clips channel. The Discord include which stream the clip is from and the context of the clip. Really push your Twitch clips to be named. There's somebody to clip Cinder thanking them for the resub, and it's not named. And so Red kind of taking some of the notes right there, right? Finally, we actually have some stuff to read that's not repeated.
This was the day of my last one-on-one collab with Bao. She had asked me to make clay animals together on August 3rd, 2024, and it took us 3 weeks to get materials delivered and finally schedule it. We ended up making vtuber mascots. I was happy Bao wanted to do something artsy together since I already did my own crafting streams and I wasn't able to do hand cam crafting collabs with other vtubers very often.
Tangled, I'm still gonna go through it. Alright, Bao, hello, we can do a hand cam stream where we make clay animals together. I'm so bad at scoping Elmo. That sounds like it would be fun. Natural Disaster. I'll release their song Natural Disaster featuring our other friends on it.
Bao released her original song, Natural Disaster.
I don't remember Natural Disaster. Isn't this the one that Red said?
This event is here because of what I watched Bao say on her stream either on the day the song was released or sometime in the couple weeks before then. She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, and time-consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, and that she would rather work with singers from now on who know what they're doing and can match her high skill level.
Tough.
These were her closest friends she was talking about, live on stream. I couldn't find an archived VOD of this stream anywhere to prove this happened either. What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends, and how I felt about it.
I mean, I would need to see a little bit of proof on that one, you know? If anybody, like, remembers that and can, like, you know, corroborate that, that'd be cool, but I'm gonna put that up on the shelf.
At this same time, Bao, Numi, and I were working on our She-Wolf cover. Red told me this and it made me anxious about the song, and I felt like I had a lot of pressure on me to do well.
I would just have a lot of pressure to do well, period,
I barely
you know?
had any singing experience and wasn't anywhere near Bao's level. But she asked me to be a part of this and I wanted to do my best for her.
Absolutely. I mean, I would be, if Bao asked me to, like, sing on something, I would feel very pressured, right? Because she is a high caliber singer, so Natural Disaster didn't do as well, so it's according to Bao, gotcha.
There's 3 things that happened at TwitchCon last year that further formed the opinion I had of Bao. The first night there, Cinder, her friends, and I went out to dinner somewhere nice.
Look, I'm be honest.
Bao was supposed to be there with us but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months, in person, away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there.
Maybe she had something happen. Like, what? I really don't care about your opinion about. You're trying to justify, oh, well, you know, I talk shit about that because this is what formed my opinion. Bro, you already stated that you had an unhealthy thought process about her. I really don't need this explanation. You don't like her because she's supposed to be there, but she never showed up. Maybe something happened. Like, this is why you have a negative opinion? This is so unneeded.
One of our friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having a music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Cinder at the time was planned to have a music video. I haven't skimmed or skipped anything. Planning on having one for the song with Bao.
Only
they
repeated
said that Bao got upset with them, guilt-tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I had told Nano about Bao.
Again, unneeded. I've not skipped over anything or skimmed over anything unless it was repeated stuff that we've already read. And I'm very adamant about that, by the way.
The last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind.
Okay.
In the group chat while they were figuring out where to eat, Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats. She had to just spend time with her friends. Neither Cinder or I have access to this group chat anymore.
This is so pointless. Like, number one, you don't even have the screenshot in there. Number two, she wanted to go somewhere fancy. She wasn't going to go. Okay. Well, why is that such a big deal to you? This further submitted to me that the Bao's a horrible person. What? I hate this. I hate this so much. This is the most like a fucking mean girl bullshit.
At a party at TwitchCon was where we met Sakramore, Bao's video editor. He came to me and said he'd love to work together and make a music video for me, which is why Red would ask him to make one for Boss Rush.
As he explaining why I think she's whiny, I don't. It just again, this whole section is completely unneeded. Completely unneeded. This is the first time Sakramore been mentioned. Here's the document for reference. Okay, yeah, and this is where he mentioned his stuff as well. Red reached out to Sak after TwitchCon about a music video project was the one for Boss Rush. Song they discussed over the next week, but Sak couldn't fit into his schedule at the time. I will read this one because it's been a while since you looked at Sak's document. It's a double standard Bao can attend a friend group meetup. but Cinder gets disgraced by choosing not to go to a concert they still made it to, by the way. I think it makes sense. I mean, number one, we're not even there. And to be honest, we'll talk about that later. We're not even there. Yeah, we're not even there. We're talking trash about ballots are really good for the doc, even if it's entirely true. Yep. It just shows that he doesn't. It shows that he's still hung up on the fact that he was justified in the way that he thought. He's more worried about his ego and being correct than actually like making the amends as they stated in the start, right? Gonna happen to be available for in-beer in a week or two, would you? Says Red. Back, I'm completely fully ready this month, and the latest I can do is November 9th. The thing is, though, is as well, we just don't know the circumstances of stuff, right? We can't say there's a double standard when we just don't know the circumstances yet. So wait till we get to the proof and stuff before we make those kind of statements, because then they just become unfounded, right? Right, just checking. Thank you, Sack. No problem. 100% out for one after that date, though. Sack, sorry to bother you in the exact release date, since I could try working something out to fit it in if you want. And this is where Sack tried to like make this happen, right? Read by the 22nd. Sack, okay, so okay, I'll let you know in 2 to 3 days. This month is a dummy busy. We're trying to get Bao's album originals done. Red, sure. Sack, thanks. We'll let you know ASAP if once I chat with Bulber. Okay, Red, thanks for waiting. So trying to figure out if there's any feasible way I can slide Cinder into my schedule this month between moving in my new apartment this week and the Halloween album. 7 in peace. I think November 9th is the very earliest I can start. I'm very sorry if there's any projects after the date y'all would like me to do. I can lock y'all into my calendar 100% again. Thank you and sorry for any inconvenience. Red, how long does it usually take for you to edit and beat? Sack, post this one took 3 days. Red, okay, cool. Just for reference, Sack, but it depends on complexity and length, so optimally be over a week or two, I guess, for Rush. Red, how would you feel about me giving you everything for the MP now, work on it between your other projects? You have it to me by the end of October. Back, I really would be able to squeeze y'all in, absolutely would if I could, but I generally didn't have any free days till November 9th at the earliest this month, and starting November, so just an ass beating on my schedule. Red, okay, thanks to Sack, you're missing out on a good one. So I felt like when we originally read that, it felt like to me he was kind of like, again, pressuring him, but we already know he has a habit of doing that, so.
There's 2 things that happened during our trip to Japan with our friends last year. Bao got mad at another one of our friends for something that happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled at and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong. They confided in Cinder and I afterwards and were very upset over it. But it was fine because they said that's just how Bao is.
What? Put another tally for this is irrelevant. Yeah, I'll play it. I got you.
Everyone got together for what we called our Canadian
Why are you so
Thanksgiving
concerned
dinner,
with
since
justifying
it was a
this?
few days earlier. It was the last night all of the friends would be together, just like TwitchCon,
Yeah, seriously.
and again Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way and then sometime later said never mind, she's not coming. We
Okay.
all were aware this was the last time we'd all see each other until 2025.
Okay, shit happens,
After
dude.
TwitchCon and Japan, I was pretty convinced
my
about
gosh.
how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together.
That is your assumption. That is your assumption. If anything, this just proves that he makes like very blind assumptions about people and then uses those assumptions to sway his business decisions. If anything, this just provides the context, you know what I mean? Like, this actually makes you look worse, Red. I'm gonna be honest, this is you just nitpicking over specific things and then going out of your way to slightly sprinkle your influence when you hear their name, when it comes to Nano or maybe whoever else.
I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCon too. I was put off by them in the moment, but I didn't think about them beyond when they happened. October 23rd, 2024 to November 30th, 2024.
I'm gonna put this in the
and
notes.
Boss Rush's music video number 2 after getting back from Japan. Red messaged Sack again about Boss Rush's music video since the
Right.
planned release date
We've
was
seen this
pushed
in
back
Sack's
again.
document.
These are all of their DMs over the course of the music video's production.
Red try. I'm gonna put this in notes. Red tries to justify assumptions about in the document. Yeah, just talk to her. Kitsu, we don't do that though. All right, no, we don't talk to each other when we have a problem with each other. We don't do that. Yeah, we don't do that around here. Red, when was it your freaking? Things have been pushed back a lot. Sack November 9th is my last MV for Bow until like first week of December, I think. When is Cinder coming out now? Red, when it's ready, LOL. Sack LMA or LMFA AEO. Oh my god, LMFAO. Holy shit. To be honest, I'll probably start in it a day or two after I wrap over the Bow and Peep. In that case, Red, this song has a lot of typography. Is that something you're good with? Can I just hear it? If not, no worries. Just so I can get an idea. No one talked to Cinder double standards again. What do you mean? We've already acknowledged that. Bro, what are you on about? We understand that. We've already acknowledged that. Yeah, it's both sides. I think they're just yapping, If you're here to be devil's advocate, that's fine, but like, you need to also understand that we've already acknowledged a lot of that stuff, right? So, I'm all for fair and like good faith conversation, but like, come on, bro. Good point, though. Yeah, absolutely. They should have handled it privately before it went publicly. This has already been acknowledged. Yeah, plus this happened before everything anyway, so like it's kind of just a separate thing completely. Okay, anyway, I'm wasting time. I've read this song has a lot of typography. You're good with that. Sack, can I hear it? If not, no worries. Yeah, everybody thinks I'm like attacking somebody and I'm on some side. Like, bro, I just want to talk about this and like pick apart the specifics and pull the nuggets of information. Like, that's all I'm here to do right now. And then I'll tell you my opinion at the end. Just because I lean one way or the other during our conversation doesn't mean that's my final outcome. Like, allow people to talk and have a process, right? Like, when you build a building, do you just build the building? No. You create a blueprint, you talk about it, you make adjustments, etc., right? The same way with a conversation about this stuff as well. Did they get smaller? Yes, they got smaller. Absolutely, Nova. Absolutely. They definitely got smaller. Is it English or Japanese? Red says English. Sack says typography is one of my stronger points. I feel like I'm like 100% comfortable with it. Red drops this link. Sack, holy 9 minutes. Red, this isn't the song. LOL, just a reference. Sack says, oh, Red, lots of animated text with different fonts. Sack, yeah, but that's fine. Just one image she's still using for artwork. Red, no one gets any more details in a week or two. Sack, yeah, that'd be good. Just send me on when you got more info, but I'm super down. Red gives a salute. Sack says, hey, Red, Bao song got pushed back so I can start Cinder as soon as I get the assets and things if you're all still down. Red, are you available? Sorry for getting back to you so late. Sack, all good. I'm still 100% down to do it. I wouldn't be able to start like first or second week of December, or like mid-December release if that's okay. Red says we were hoping for end of November release. Sack, oh yeah, that'd be impossible for me. Giga full stream with like 700 vids this month. Red does some emotes. Sack, like I said, was super down to do it. And I really hope to be able to move forward with Cinder on the video. But my schedule is always super packed, fully planned weeks and months ahead. Without much wiggle room, so just let me know what y'all want to do. We'd like to do our feeling. Red says, what if we pay you double? Again, we've seen these screenshots before. It's been a while though, so I am going to read them to you. Pat, can I hear the song demo just to know what I'm getting into? Red, fine, I'll leak yours, but it's top secret. Which apparently Sack was not happy with the way he was treated.
Double for Sack's work because I knew it'd be a tight deadline and was desperate for his help. Sack was one of 2 music video editors we knew, and the other wouldn't have been able to pull off this video in this time frame. Sack's music videos always come out great, and this project needed to be the best.
Well, of course, you always wanted to. Honestly, I'm surprised Solara's like in this level-headed, even saying she started it as biased. Yeah, absolutely, Donald, but it's important to acknowledge that everybody has bias, right? I have bias, but like I told you all, I think it's important for me to acknowledge I have bias, so that way when I talk about this, I'm still going to do my best to give it to you fairly and as level-headed as possible. But if you don't acknowledge if you can't acknowledge you have bias, I feel like that is problematic already. Especially if you're trying to do this in good faith. Sack says my lips are sealed. Red, it's an original song. It's an earlier version of it with placeholder vocals and a couple outdated lyrics. Final verse should be worked on with the new vocals. I have a lot of pretty art that goes with it. Stack says, Blank and outcook. Song is bigger, sounds like Blank doing the audio right. Fred says, when can you have it to a spy? I can send out assets, my direction, lyric changes tonight. That's the final mix, which is still with I'm doing this. This is the final boss mix, I believe. Whatever that song was, I forget the name out of it. Stack says, I'll start with on the 1617, the latest about Glad video and the IRL content that came around. I want them by them. Don't know exact dates. I'll be done. Then I'm just gonna have to giga grind on it. Fred, I'd say the absolute deadline is like the 27th. Any edits, changes, Cinder may ask for. Stack, oh, yeah, I'll be done by then. Fred, well, maybe the 28th. Stack, I want to have it done by the 25th latest. Fred, can get uploaded the night before. Stack, but 24th is my goal. Fred, 24th, 25th would be perfect. Stack, since I have original song due on the 30th. Fred, you can send the invoice to Blank whenever. I'll get it paid ASAP. Stack, all right, so fine if I don't do the video. If it is fine if I do the video after it's done. Helps me stay motivated. Are you motivated, chat? Red says, LOL, sure, no problem. Drops the drive. Here's the drive link to all the animated artwork. It's over 19 gigs, so it's probably way better to do it. Stack says, all good. Can I get a credits list? So I'm thinking about it. Red says, in general, we want to do something similar with this league rap video. The lyrics on screen next to each other during their parts, and a reference stylized like the game franchise they're from. Assume the lyrics or references from in a more depth, shot by shot. We were thinking, this is already in the document. Why are we reposting these screenshots? Because these are already in Stack's document. Are they really providing extra content or context? I just feel like this was unneeded. Cinder, Tricky, Vienna vocals, last Blank, how they want to be credited and do everything else. And you're in B, and then of course giving all the credits. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest though. Like, think about it, right? If you say, yeah, I can't do this, and somebody says, like, I'll pay you double, it changes the circumstances, right? You're like, ah, shit, I'm gonna have to work really hard, but you know what? The payoff will be worth it, and I'm not gonna charge my normal rate. Okay, you know what? I'll make it happen, you know? Like, it becomes different, right? Hey, money makes the world go round, you know? Like, can you really blame him for wanting to make his bag? Stack, right, sounds good. Stack, you read just second if I see a drop mix of the song with Cinder, Tricky, and Vienna vocals, as well as the updated lyric sheet, so that way I can start as soon as possible. Red will get everything I have to you today. Only have a draft mix with Cinder and Tricky at the moment. Tricky vocals may be changed. Stack, that works for me as long as it's the same realm of similarity to the final sense. We'll go ahead and start on Cinder's part. There's also a couple more animated variants waiting on. I can't do double pay. I can totally do it exactly, but like, it changes the circumstances, you know? It's like, imagine this chat. Somebody's like, oh, hey, guess what? You know, I wanna work with you on something, right? You're like, okay, cool. Like, you know, you want to bring me on for a sponsorship or something. How much can you pay me? And they're like, oh, we can't pay you. And it's like, well, you might be like, well, you know, I have another opportunity to make some money, right? But then they're like, oh, I can pay you. Well, it becomes different, right? Because at the end of the day, like, yes, you want to help people be nice, but also at the same time, like, feels like gonna make money too. Like, it's a balance. So I don't think you should fault Sack for doing a bunch of extra work because he wants to make money. And hopefully that's not what you're implying anyway. So, let's see. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Red says, here's the latest mix I have. And for this, specifically, it's a group art background itself, and the three girls separated from it. Here's the lyrics. Red, so we want to have to start with a group shot of them panning up in silhouette with glowing eyes, like we'd have a separate teaser video possible. And each of them will be solo during their respective verses on their own backgrounds. You have multiple variants to change to halfway through the verses or something. Then there's their standard pose, but also hands with fireballs. Versus if you do a group art of them all together, you can keep the camera close to their upper bodies. Don't need all the full art and frame. You have fun with the camera. When you go heavy in the text editing, like the league song reference I sent, where the video game reference lyrics have their font edited like the game logos. And beyond that, it's just fun edits on the text to make the lyrics interesting to watch. Again, it's a music video. It's a lyric video. It needs to be interesting. For instance, Cinder's line, the demons kept away with locks, but now I'm fucking break him. Could have some kind of lock breaking animation with chains or something. I don't know. These are ideas. Have fun with it. Also, the song name is My Name. And a group is Boss Rush. I'll get you animated stuff as soon as I have it. If there's anything else you need, let me know. Access good. So it sounds good. I got some brainstorming ideas. we'll hop on this early tomorrow and I'll send you something in about a little over a week. Hopefully, LMAO, since this is really complex. All right, awesome. Rad, the group animations are updated in their Drive folder. That sounds good, thanks. Finished most of the 3D modeling in MoreGraph assets yesterday, this morning. We're finishing it up intro today as well as hopefully making some good progress on the first verse. Brad says, thanks, Zach. Send you Whip 2 to show Cinder first version of the master. Waiting to see if there'll be any edits. Zach says, I have an idea of most of the rest of the edits and most of the assets made. Planning into the video game theme, my general plan is to make each verse to be representative of a level. Cinder, level 1, Hells. Turkey, level 2, Earth, Purgatory, Egypt stuff. Unit, level 3, Space, Cosmic. That's kind of fun. I like that. Also ignore the audio slowdown. This is AE running out of RAM while screen recording LOL. This also is displayed as half quality for performance to be fully edited 4K form. Final, obviously, Red says 2 things. Do you want to have a higher quality version of Cinder's logo you have in her cabinet? Can you keep the art unflipped? For instance, Cinder's design is symmetrical. At the very end, the image flip looks wrong. Okay, so just giving feedback. Zach says, yeah, unflip. And I don't really think higher quality PNG will be noticeable once it's fully up to quality at 4K. Red salute. Zach, let me know what Cinder says. As Blank would say, I'm putting my bussy into this one. Who says that? Does Mim say that? My first friend that I think of the sense that I'm putting my bussy into this one is Mim. Finger screenshot. Cinder says, holy shit. Red says slows down because of the RAM, not because it's actually like that. Cinder says, I was going to say it's going to be so good. Shows the girls. I'm going to cry. Mim is the first person I think of that would say that. But why do we need to know this stuff? I'm going to ask again. Also, in addition, give me the shots and them blurry up to their faces. Like I said, well, you can pull the shots out a bit more and have them zoom. Give me more video throughout the song. There's a lot more to watch each art piece to see. We trust the vision. Also, booba. You know? Apology for Bound Bell was like the second doctor dropped and she kind of had to respond to it. It's just like, my biggest question and biggest thing about this is this whole document, right? Your document needs to be clear, concise, and have a message that refutes all of the claims made towards you clearly and concisely. And sadly, that's just not the case with this document. Not that anybody's going to fight against that statement. We just know it to be true. Axe says, yeah, I'll be more varied posters and stuff when our viewers make eye contact with them like the girls are looking down at them. As powerful mythical beasts, but will slip with the body shots. As each of the verses progress, yeah, my word, I will not disappoint you at all. Got a lot more things to show for sure. Right, exactly. Just didn't want you to feel limited to this, since that's what I said. Right, that's the opposite of this document. And I told you at the very start, my first day of coverage, this is a gamble, right? Do you put out all the information or do you make it clear and concise? And sadly, I just think this gamble for Cinder is not going to pay off at the end of the day. Just listen to Google Doc is missing the Cinder line despair and breakdowns is a reference to Danganronpa, says Red. Red, also the group files are updated to fix a small art error. Sack, okie dokie, I'll make a note to change it before I render. Red, can you make the teaser video 2 Sack and one of the chorus to post with the release? Sack, yeah, we're all wanting to use the intro for a teaser. And yeah, once I finish the video, I'll render out the choruses as a separate for post. Red, I think it'd be okay maybe without the credit text up. Sack, like the song and group name. Red says, yeah, right, the song and the group name. And the Cinder Tricky Vienna. And yours some blank credits. Just for the teaser, I'm going to see about getting you into the music without Cinder at the end. It can be cut in the teaser. Access sounds good. Once I finish Cinder's first, and of course a big chunk of the video is done, since Tricky won't take much time from how I imagine it. And Venus will have a couple parts will be time consuming, but a couple chill parts. Could have Cinder finish something like today's, probably a day and a half though. Red salute, I'll have more music for you. Drops that here. Access, when do you want the teaser since I'll render them just the day before I go to bed? I mean, you can find ways to do both, but concise can also be specific as well. Right, like put a section at the start. Himitsu. Like a TLDR, you know, I love when people do that in documents. Like, you remember Radius document on Adora? I still applaud that document to this day. It was fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, fantastic. You know what I mean? Which again, I feel like ultimately Cinder always had a second chance to come back, right? That was never in question, right? I just love this document didn't do the favors that she wanted it to do. Sack says it shall be done. Red says, thank you, buddy. Salute. Red, hey, Sack, there's going to be more merch dropping with this. Someone asked me to put it 10 second. Add image to the MV with the instrumental or something. Get a blank re-render the MV with the ad included too. Sack says, that's fine. I can do that. Here's a Google link. Also, here's the intro. Render with different audio and credits. I realize taken up by Twitter. Just a heads up that I'm going to be a few delayed as there was a semi-unexpected family member passing 2 days ago, and it's going to be home for 2 days to be with family. We know this from his document. Should be able to still have it to you all before the end of the month. Yeah, instead of starting at 0, she started at -1. But just wanted to let you all know, if you all would be like a bit of a discount for the delayed due, let me know. Then she's going to be a morality story amongst VTubers. I mean, I just personally, like on a personal level, I really wish she would have taken more time to worry about growing and not worrying so much about her insecurities as opposed to spending the time to make this document. You know, like, work on yourself. That would have been so much better. The apology could have been a lot simpler. Red says, oh, damn, I'm sorry to hear that Psycho Bruno came. Do you think by the end of the 28th is possible? Sack says, sure, probably 29th, early 30th. I'll make sure revisions are turned around in a few hours after I get them, so I'll be ready to post. Red, we were planning up for the 29th at their BMEST for to go live because we have some merch launching with them. At the time, Sack says, okay, I'll try my best to make it happen. Red, we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sack. Sack, no worries, brother. Can you send me PNGs for the merch? Red, instrumental for the ending. Still waiting on PNGs and an ad image. Also, the Funamix soon. Red, I think this is the Funamix waiting on a full consensus. Sack says, dope, thank you. 30 Venus first today, so need to make the leagues. A league climb cinematics photograph for her in the ending 3D section. I'll be able to send it. Red says, can't confirm this final version merch renders and logos for the ending. Dropping all of these links here for the logo. I don't have the Gamer Subs logo though. Red says available till 12/12. Sack says, okay, thanks. Red says, I sent Sack the merch assets as soon as they were given to me. I need to submit my Gamer Subs. Hold on, chat. Yeah, let me get a sip of this. I mean, at the end of the day with this document, we can discuss all this, right? But it's up to you as an individual to decide what you want to do with it, right? Do you want to forgive Cinder? Do you want to continue to support her? It's completely up to you, chat. Only you can decide that, right? Sack says, okay, thanks. Red, happy Thanksgiving, Sack. Thank you for grinding. We are 62 out of 119 pages on Bao's part. No stress. Renewing Cinder's verse. Red, of course, with the dancing SpongeBob meme. Sack, just a verse is a longer render than the whole She-Wolf video. Red says, does that say 40 hours? Sack says, yes. Red says, you know, Mr. Crab Dust. Yeah, MVs are very PC heavy, low key. I think might have to get a new one though. Which some renders do take a long, long time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, people have done worse than Cinder, you know? People have done worse than Cinder, 100%. Let's see, Red, that's probably a good idea considering we may sign up for you again. Sack, or y'all hate it and y'all unfriend block me. Red says, we'll see that what happens. Sack, blush face, Red laughing. Red, reference to the merch part if you need it. Sack says, think I'll probably replace BG with leave videos super duper blurred and audio and extended for 10 seconds. If that's fine. Is this what a VTuber... Is this what a VTuber looks like? Congratulations, you made it. I'm a VTuber. Congratulations, you made it. Anyway, Red, you have creative control. Red says, how's it coming, Sack? I'm almost afraid to ask. Sack says it'll be done on time. Red, facing against the window. 11 a.m. tomorrow. Venus only right at 63 and a half hours left. A Sack, not tricky. Slowly took an hour and video will be less. Red, what did you do to Cinder's part than Jesus? Something with my PC says Sack. Like Cinder's sometimes complex by a lot, but no shot. It takes how long. Red, gotta fund that new PC. Sack said it did kick the fuck out of Cinder's part though. Sack, my PC can't handle my MVs after Bao's music video. Album training art. Red, pog face. Sack, drive. I come bearing gifts. Hope the girlies like it. Red, you did not. Everyone loves it. Thank you so much for grinding this out, Sack. The fans are gonna crazy for this one. I swear to God. song, I swear to God, sorry. If there's any time to make edits for it, during the choruses, I don't know how long this would take to render them. During the choruses, the shot of the girls can be zoomed out a little bit more to show all of them off. Vienna's verse is very gray, black, white, and could be more of a blue tone overall. At the end, 322, Tricky has pink instead of yellow. This is the most important one, I think. They all agree they have gray desaturated filters on the artwork. Should be greatly turned out or removed from the parts where it's shown, especially during the cutscene, so a lot more of the original artwork comes through. Okay, so they were giving a bunch of just feedback about the initial render. But remember, he did work really quickly to get it out.
There were 14 timestamps total, but some were cut off between these two screenshots.
Yeah, so he worked really quickly just to have it out, right? Also, do you have a trailer? Vina just told me the idea today. 3 smaller trailers of a small part of each of their verses, but there's no time for that. It's okay. Red says, it's okay if you fell asleep. We'll both what we got. Thank you. Zach says, I can change a few things. Yeah, probably. Red says, are you sure? I'm sorry for the VTuber Project Curse. Zach, yeah, when we have like 3 hours. Redacted says 2.5. Zach says, I probably I probably can't change much on BNS, to be honest, but I'll do what I can with all the notes. Okay. Cool. Oh God, I gotta stretch. Are we 4 hours in? We're almost 4 hours in. Please make me stretch in 4 hours, chat. That's in 20 minutes. The last 2 bullet points are most important. The first 2 can be ignored if we're crunching. Back, I don't want to say this to bring you out last night, but I sent Cinder to render time of 40 hours. I started to do this entire verse. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. The VTuber Project Curse. Next one will be planned in scheduled way in advance. So why are we here again with Zach? Yeah, I'm just like, I really want to skip it, but I feel like because everybody hasn't seen it in a while, we should read it. Brad, let me know what you're able to do. Zach, I'll get Corset back in white change. Tricky's eye color. Oopsie, fix for sure. Redacted pray. Zach, now pretty much a smoothie. Everything considered. Next time we're all together at a con or something, you should ask Bao about blank. We were both blank. I read, trust me, I've heard. Zach says LMAO. Red says, I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. Zach gives a Google Docu drive. I'm sorry. Chorus color change plus Tricky iFix. For a trailer for Twitter. And individual trailer also for Twitter. Red says, thank you, Zach. Crunch time is real. You can send a voice whenever. Zach says, okie dokie. Hope that everybody loves it and goes to the moon with views. The other girls, I'm really honored to have gotten to work on the project, and they did an amazing job. Zach says, can you edit the invoice to not require an address? Zach says, oh, sorry about that. Let me know if it needs fixed. Red says, all paid. Zach says, y'all the best. Red says, we have another project for you soonish. Okay, not that soon, but still thank you again for the hard work on this one, Pyro Pup. Zach says, all good. Looking forward to it. Okay, I read all of that. Holy shit. No, it's important. It's important.
Bao's comment on Boss Rush's song My New Music Group Boss Rush premiered our first song at the end of November.
It's important, Chad. It's important.
And I were going through the comments and we both saw Bao's. He didn't want me to like hers, so I gave in just to satisfy him. At the end of the day, it was just a comment.
Wow,
Red,
how
after
petty.
the past few months I had a pretty solid opinion of how I thought Bao viewed her friends, so I told Cinder she shouldn't like it.
How
I was
fucking
persistent
petty.
about it. So
Told me
she
not to like
listened
her
me.
comment.
It was very petty
Yeah.
of me towards a friend showing support.
Wow, Chad. I'm just what an asshole, dude. What an asshole.
Group chat with Bao sometime in between these dates.
Really
Bao
seems
started
it.
a group chat with both
Please,
Red
he's got
and I.
retrospect.
We were both removed from this group, so we don't have access to what was said. As far as we remember, she wanted to do something together. Red was adamant to me about not wanting to plan anything with her at that time, so we didn't.
Again, petty.
Red, Bao's never messaged us like this before, and this was right after Boss Rush popped off with another 2 friends involved.
Okay.
I wasn't opposed to doing things with her completely,
I mean,
but
that
the timing
could just
was
be,
suspicious to me after the past
that
few
could just be
experiences
timing,
with her,
like-
and I saw this as her trying to gain something from us. So I brushed her off. What stood out to me is that she
They always
addressed
assume
Cinder
the worst,
specifically as
you
the
know?
lead singer of Boss Rush.
Like, they're like, oh, the timing was suspicious. I mean, it could have just been the timing of it, right? Like, why does it always have to be so sussy and suspicious all the time? Sakamore exclusivity. Why do we always assume the worst?
11 days after the music video was finished and released, Red messaged Sak about another project for February. He said he was working exclusively with Val going forward.
Yeah,
in my apology I said, and yes, I was also upset when Sak, the Boss Rush MV editor, had told us that he won't be working on any future projects with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. But Red got it in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened, and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. He was very passionate about Boss Rush and the potential future projects around it, but he told me without an MV editor as talented as Sak, the future projects wouldn't reach the same heights.
That's entirely untrue.
So he created this headcanon that's laid out in those DMs.
The future project wouldn't reach the same heights without this person. There are tons of talented people. You decided that. Nobody decided that except you. Brad says you want to do MV for February. Sak says, hey, Brad, I'm sorry about after doing your second cousin on my comps and definitely going completely in-house for Val. But I thought you were down to do more. Bro, that was like a while ago, wasn't it? When was this message? 11:30. Yeah, stuff changed, bro. Stuff changes. Sak, to be honest, I really wanted to. It's just very hard for me to say no. Also feeling real off about saying no, but also I do have other things in life I need to prioritize since the path I'm currently on does not give me the goals actually want to achieve as a content creator. Is more just personal things in my goals I need to prioritize. They always take it so personally when somebody tells them no. Like, things change, dude. He wants to change his trajectory. That's fine.
The last time I spoke to Sak, he said he was honored to be a part of Boss Rush's project and was looking forward to the next music video together. Everyone loved the video he made and it was already nearing 500,000 views. I didn't know Sak well at all, so I had no real basis to know how he actually felt, but I just couldn't understand his decision.
It didn't come out of nowhere! I'm about to fucking lose it. I couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. Bro, literally, he wanted to change stuff in his own life. First, you fucking have this whole thing about fucking Akira, asking Akira all these questions. Oh, but why'd she feel this way? Why'd she feel this way? Oh my god, Nana, why'd she feel this way? I need to know exactly what's going on, blah, 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 blah. Bro, what the fuck is your problem? He said he can't do it. He's working for Val. He wants to change his own priorities in his life. Fucking let it rest, dude. I swear the paranoia is creeping up on you constantly. Oh my god, dude. I have a headache. Holy shit. I'm stretching right now. I need a second. This is killing me. Actually killing me. I'm losing brain cells. In chat, please answer me this. Why the fuck does Cinder want to keep working with this guy? You do not change these types of behaviors in 5 months. You do not change these behaviors in 5 months. This is not something you change fundamentally about yourself in 5 months. Do not work with this man. Jesus Christ. The song name, this is from Metal Hellsinger, No Tomorrow. The more that we dug in this thing, I have one big takeaway, which nobody's gonna question here, right? This document paints Red in much worse of a light. Much worse of a light. Thanks for letting me stretch, guys. I just really needed it. I have to stretch every 2 hours, so that's what my doctor said, so I gotta stretch. Okay. I thought you were done to do more, blah, blah, blah. Red, all right, I'll let Cinder know she's pretty upset and disappointed, but it is what it is, I guess. I mean, this is clearly trying to guilt trip, which we already know because he does that all the time. Sak, understandable and I'm really sorry to be the one to cause those feelings. Also need to do what's best for me this year, and I definitely wish you all the best in the future. Be cheering you on from the sidelines for sure. Stating your boundaries. Good for you, Sak. Good for you. Good for you, bro. Red, thanks, Sak. Godspeed. Red, Cinder wanted me to ask, is there any goals or projects you can help with? He already said no. Drop it, dude. He's just confused about why it's so hard for you to turn down more projects when you enjoyed the last one you did so well. It's not always about performance. It's not always about, oh, everything's got to do so great all the time. Blah, 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 blah. Sometimes people want to balance their work and their life. What do you not understand about that? Fucking stop, dude. Oh my Christ. I pray to God. I pray to Cthulhu. I pray to whatever fucking flying spaghetti monster there is, that this person never comes within 500,000 lifespans, kilometers, meters, miles, whatever, near me. This is insane, dude. You are not the main character. You are not the main character. Yeah, flying spaghetti. I don't even fucking know. To pray to Ozzy Osbourne for all I care. Like, what the fuck, dude? Zach, I appreciate you asking me. Not really. There's not really a point in me doing freelance anymore since all the growth in it is just scaling my prices to stupidly high prices. But I don't care about money that much. I need to focus on my building my own platform community. I want to see the next stage of growth for myself. I'm getting re-triggered because I've already read these messages. I'm getting re-triggered. I'm going in-house with Val because she has been my day one and supporter took a chance on me when I saw nobody living in basic poverty. And when I want to do whatever I can to repay her for her kindness and how much she's done for me. I like to focus on her success as my client and friend. Again, they have a long-built relationship. It makes sense, right? But I'm also doing it because I want to take the option away from me of working with other people. And I'm also doing it because I want to take the option away from me of working with other people, so I actually have to be serious about reaching my own personal goals with my content. So, and again, he decided that. Right, I'm not sure what you mean by personal content if you're just working with Bob. And this kind of came out of nowhere. So you seem pretty eager to work with SINDER at TwitchCon. Even after the last project, especially since it did numbers. That's how you feel that we won't try to change your mind or respect your decision. Why was this not the first message? You guilt trip him and then you put this. Thanks again for your work, Zach. Good luck on your goals. Nobody owes you anything. You are an entitled prick. Actually entitled. Nobody owes you anything. You guys don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. I mean, I kind of owe you to go through this document, but I self-assume that responsibility, right? But nobody owes you anything, bro. The entitlement is killing me right now.
As we were messaging, I was going back and forth talking to SINDER about this, which is why there's gaps in time in my responses to Zach. By the end of our conversation, I was suspicious of his reasoning. Right after this, Red messaged our video editor about music video editors and what happened with Zach. They're close with and works with Val and her other editors, including Zach.
I have a question, Chad. Is this a hot take? Why do the other editors need to know the specifics about Zach not working with SINDER? Brad, do you know any MV editors besides Zach? Editor says, I don't know any personally. SINDER cries. Red, okay, was just wondering. Blank, what happened to Zach? Red, nothing. We can still contact him. Blank, 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 blank. I guess Zach is only working with Bad going forward, even though he's excited to do more about after this last MV. I said, we're going to find somebody new. I just don't understand why that's pertinent to them. Just feel like, yeah, we're just not working with them going forward. That's it. Goey, how are you? Thank you for the read. What's up, cutie? How are you, sweetheart? Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Light Heaven Off, and today we are covering the SINDER document. We're on day number 3 right now. Yeah, day number 3. We've been covering this a lot. It's great to see you, though. How was your stream? Oh my god. You should not coom watching my stream. I want to make that clear. You should not coom watching my stream. I sure will. Thank you for the 6 months. How are you, kitty? Boss Rusted Crazy Numbers says, SINDER, we want to keep up the high expectations for the next one. There's lots of talented, amazing editors out there. What is the obsession with having this one? Not saying you need to go look for some editors, so I was just asking you off the top of your head. Editor, I know he's been wanting to make his own videos for the past year, but got caught up in doing live editing work, so I guess he's really wanting to focus on moving forward. Red says, I guess so. So, like, there's even confirmation from somebody else, like, hey, guess what? Like, he wants to do his own thing, you know? I mean, I get that. I get that. But at the same time, like, you gotta respect people, right? You gotta respect people and their wishes for stuff. And coming up pushy just makes you look bad. Thanks, Kobe. Yeah, we spent, let's see, so far we spent 14 hours on this document. At least so far.
Our video editor gave me the same reasoning for Zach's decision as he did, and I should have taken it as fact by then. But I didn't, and still thought something else must have happened. Red.
Yep.
Sack told me he was
You're fucked
going
up on that.
exclusive with Bao because of his own content and goals he wanted to prioritize.
Oh, nice. Yeah, your PC
In
got
his
fixed.
position as a vtuber video editor for a significant amount of time, I just didn't understand his vague reasoning or what content and community he was talking about. This was just 11 days after Boss Rush premiered.
I says no, just say no. Oh, I'm so glad you got it fixed. That's really, really good. I'm going in house about because she's been on my day one. Okay, ready, read this. So I think he's just again I think his whole section is him trying to justify this whole thing.
It was this message from Sack that made me suspicious of what
Cinder's
his
response.
Actual reason was for going
Cinder
exclusive
and
with
Red's
Bao.
response.
He only said all this after he was pushed about his decision, and this was only days after Cinder and I turned down Bao in that group chat where she called Cinder the lead singer of Boss Rush.
You're being
Because of
paranoid,
my
bro. You're just
experience
connecting
with
random
Bao
dots.
over the past few months, I had confirmation bias. I convinced myself Sack was doing
Yep.
this because Bao
You
must
sure
have
did.
guilt-tripped and convinced him not to work with anyone other than her, including Boss Rush. And I was mad that this wasn't even just against Cinder and I, but Tricky and Vienna too, who I cared about as much as Cinder did.
I mean, that's great that you had confirmation bias, and I'm glad that you gave us the definition here. But you still did it, and you convinced yourself of these random points and correlations, dude. You need to actually take a huge look inside yourself. You got lost in the sauce, bro. You got more than lost in the sauce. You dumped head deep in the sauce that got cooked into a broth, and then that broth got put in soup, and then you jumped in that, bro. Like, you got lost. Big
Another
time.
thing that hasn't been mentioned up to this point is what Bao thought of her own music throughout last year. She would talk publicly in her Discord server about how depressed she was about her own songs. About how nothing she did was performing well, and guilt-tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them due to the low view counts, ignoring their supportive messages like it meant
even if
nothing
she
to her
did.
because the numbers didn't reflect them. She
Well,
wanted to quit
that's a proof.
making music entirely because she thought her songs performed so poorly. The only songs of hers from last year that I could imagine she considered successful were Miss RGB, Natural Disaster, and the She Wolf cover, all of which included her friends.
Yeah, I mean, number one, where's the proof? And number two, on top of that, besides the proof, right? Because we need the proof, like, let's say hypothetically this is true, right? Why do you need to take it upon yourself to suddenly make her your enemy, right? I don't get it. I don't get it.
When I
Even if
told
it was
Nano
true.
that Bao's songs flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano.
The sources
Music
I made it
that
the
had
fuck up.
dozens of thousands, if
Just
not
leave Bao
hundreds
alone,
of
bro.
thousands of views, wasn't good enough for Bao, although I didn't elaborate on any of that to Nano. In my own opinion, all of her songs performed fine, if not great. I don't know why she needed views to validate music she made if it was something she enjoyed doing in the first place.
That's
I
true.
know how this reasoning sounds when you just look at what my message to Nano said, and it doesn't look good on me.
I mean, I do appreciate him at least, like, addressing this. And to be honest, too, like, when I started doing my music chat, I was very disappointed in the viewership, right? I was like, oh, I thought, I put so much effort into this, should do better. But this is true, right? Like, do it for yourself. And that's why I'm recording a lot more music. The MV thing about original songs last year, the MV inspired editor and the songs flop. So he's just saying that Bao said this and he was adopting that, which, I mean, okay, but yeah, I actually just released a cover over my music channel. Yeah. I just released a guitar cover. And my new original song comes out tomorrow. Yeah, I did a guitar cover of Golden. Here, let me shamelessly plug myself really quick. Yeah, I'm gonna shamelessly plug myself, chat. Deal with it. Yeah, see? Okay, anyway.
We were banned from Bao's Discord server, so I don't have any evidence to show this happening. I don't know
Nice.
if Bao's messages about this still exist, but I know there's plenty of Babble buddies out there who would remember this. Bao's TMJ she talked about in her document had nothing to do with anything I said to Nano, and wasn't something I even considered.
I don't know if I remember this. I thought she just said she had to take a break. Let me know if you remember what this specifically was about. But I kind of don't like this statement. We're banned. You know, I don't have any evidence. I don't know if mouse messages still exist. But there's Babel buddies out there who will remember this. Like, I'm not a big fan of that paragraph.
Another similar instance I remember happening in Bao's server was on SINDER's birthday last year when Bao, and their friends were playing Jackbox games together. SINDER was streaming and invited them all to play, and Bao was streaming her end at first but abruptly ended it not long after starting. I checked her Discord server to see if anyone knew what happened. Bao was chatting in a public channel saying her CCV was too low to keep streaming and no one cared about watching her. Her community was trying to encourage and support her, but I remember she replied to a fan saying something like "stop fucking talking," and telling them all that nothing she did mattered. This is how she was talking directly to her fans supporting her, and while in a collab on her friend's birthday of all days, more concerned about her numbers rather than having a good time together. I don't know if these messages still exist either, but about her music wasn't the only time that she'd berate herself.
Berate herself in her server and guilt trip her fans about it. Okay, so if that's the case, give me the proof. None of these messages still exist either, but where's the proof? Where's the proof? Out of all this time that you've had, all these things here, and you said like, oh, like, well, she did this, she did this. Where's the proof? Give me the proof. Literally, you should not include it if it's just speculation or hearsay. You know what I mean? Like, this literally is just hearsay. Why are you guilt tripping her? She just ended her stream. And even if she ended it for that reason, she can do that. That's her stream. She can do whatever she wants. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit.
One thing I found while putting this document together was this tweet from Bao earlier this year on March 15, 2025 that indirectly supports the above. Bao said she was struggling with an unhealthy work-life balance, like us. She wasn't enjoying content creation, implying she was too focused on the numbers, and what she did was never enough for her.
Implying she was too focused on the numbers. I mean, let's read. So here is that bot chat. If for some reason you need to see it, the only reason we would watch this to see if Bao dip. We know Bao dipped, so there's nothing really to gain from looking at that. But anyway, sorry I've been spotty with streams. I've just been trying to take better care of my mental and physical health. I mean, better self for you all, long boohoo waha, big baby ramble. Learned a really hard lesson about work-life balance last year when I sing and talk. I told my lower jaw fell off and had to start physical therapy and give bi-monthly trigger point injection just to be able to chew food properly. Chronic pain, constant migraines hit me fast. At some point, the fear of falling behind and getting forgotten to outweigh all the joy and fulfillment. That's what feels like content creator. Why did you include this? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Indirectly supports your hearsay. Well, thank you. That indirectly supports your hearsay. That's a really solid. Let me say that sentence again for you, chap. So I can make sure you understand how solid it is. You ready? Indirectly supports by hearsay. I'm going to say that one more time. Indirectly supports by hearsay. Wow, that's a really solid sentence to utter out of your mouth when you're talking about evidence. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway, continuing. Out of fear of falling behind, not being forgotten, I wait all the joy and fulfillment I was supposed to be as a content creator. It's really bad cycle of going way too hard, having to take a break, rinse and repeat. Never feeling I was getting away, and if I did, it wasn't enough. Just because she felt this way doesn't. What does it mean? Like she was feeling that way. That's fine. You know what I mean? I think I saw my family grandchildren 2 times this last year and barely called home. Said to myself I'd call back. Kept telling myself I'd call back. But I had more missed calls to my parents than callbacks. Really scary coming home and see my parents get visibly older. Felt like I was constantly running out of time with good aspects of my life. When in reality, I had to reevaluate how, I mean, actually human being again instead of a machine. Good news is I'm a gym girly now, and I try to phone home twice a week. I think creatine is slept on for girls. Anyway, thank you for reading. I'm just a bobber, and I love you guys. What? This is the year I get my shit together, Shirley. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the notes. You ready? Red's ending section. Bao does him absolutely no favors. Is that a fair note, chat? Y'all good with that? She also spoke about her job being in her tweet. She mentioned her document. It's not something I'd ever considered and had nothing to do with my opinion or action towards her. I assume with the debilitating team, JP never sold me having a dream float for my job. I'm out properly, did need this. I've always wanted my friends. am I missing something? Why is that relevant? Yeah, why is that relevant, Chad? What am I missing about the whole TNJ thing? Well, with everything I'd seen, heard, and experienced with it around Balor over the past few months, all added up, I came to this conclusion. I'm gonna be real, I don't care about your conclusion because it was all needless and hearsay.
Boss Rush's song came out and was
It's
performing
like the
great
Charlie
right
meme.
away.
You know what I'm talking about?
Who was upset with her own music's performance throughout the year, and who really cared about numbers, saw how well the song her musically inexperienced friends made was doing. She also found out her video editor Sak had made the music video for it. These made her upset. She messaged Cinder and I about doing something together in the week that followed, calling Cinder the lead singer of Boss Rush, but we turned her down. She was also turned down about doing a music video with another friend recently, who was guilt-tripped about it, and now us refusing to make content with her made things worse. She must have spoken to Sak sometime after about how depressed she was over all of this, guilt-tripping him about everything she's done for him into not working with anyone else going forward. When Sak told me why he made his decision to go exclusive, he emphasized how indebted to Bao he was.
Which would make sense if he guilt-tripped into this. Again, that is an assumption, complete assumption in tying together just loose like points. You know the meme with the Charlie guy where he's like got his hand on the board and there's all the like the dots connected.
Sure, there were times before this I thought Bao could be whiny or pushy, but I never held anything against her
or he
before.
just likes Bao.
Now I was convinced she was selfish, only cared about her friends when clout was involved, and had intentionally screwed us over out of jealousy of her friends' success. Things that were never a problem to me, like her working with our same video editor for the past year and a half, suddenly became an issue. Everything I saw over these few months showed a pattern of behavior that led to this happening.
Again, why is this included? Where's the part that, but I was wrong? Yeah, where is the, but I was wrong? I stretched earlier, I got you, kitty,
thank you.
I thought I
was crazy for being the only one to see it, with all her friends always giving her
surprised you were!
Because that's just how Bao is.
Surprised you were!
I couldn't possibly think her editor just decided to go exclusive with Bao right after Boss Rush just because he wanted to.
No, he
and
did
Bao
want
had no
to.
involvement in his choice.
That is what he did.
It was completely unbelievable to me that someone would just do that themselves with the way this perfect storm of events lined up. If there was a greater explanation or reasoning behind these events and Bao's actions, I never knew about them. I formed my opinion on what I did know and experience, like anyone else would. It wasn't founded on jealousy of Bao, and I wasn't just making things up to lie to Nano about her for no reason. But at the same time, I never sought out the truth and never talked to Bao about it. I was mad at her and already decided what she did. I thought that if I did bring it up, she'd just lie about it and it wouldn't matter.
I formed my opinion what I did know and experience, but you didn't, what you knew and experienced, right? Part of finding out the truth is finding out what you didn't know and things past your experience. So you did say here, I never sought out the truth and never talked about, so you do admit that you fucked up on that. Yes, you thought that. But that doesn't mean that's necessarily the truth. That's your perception, that's your thoughts, that's your experience. But that doesn't mean, that doesn't tell the whole story, right? You are required, please listen to me, chat. Your experience, that your perception perception is reality, right? Your perception is your reality. And that's why it's so important to acknowledge things outside of your perception. Take up the horse blinders for a moment and see what else is going on out there. It's just not your perception that is the truth, right?
I had thoroughly brainwashed myself into thinking there was no way this wasn't the case, but as I now know, I was wrong. I misinterpreted the situation and misjudged Bao's intentions due to my confirmation bias, going as far as to disregard every positive interaction I had with Bao, or any of the good things I've seen her do, just to fit this narrative. I jumped to conclusions, and doubled down without ever trying to find out if this was really true or not. But with every little thing that happened, I was so sure that this must have been the case and I held it against Bao. It was stupid and immature of me, and Bao didn't deserve the way I thought about her, or my actions that followed.
Absolutely. And that right there, Red, is the reason that you were so reprehensible, and that is the reason why, under all circumstances, even when we finish this document, I truly and honestly believe that you do not deserve a second chance. You specifically, Red. You do not deserve a second chance. This is just one of the reasons. This is just one of the reasons. And maybe that's a strong take, but people like this, you don't want around you, chat.
And Bao didn't know about the music video Sak was working on for us. I was wrong. While going through my messages for this document, he said as much to me when I first asked him about doing the music video. From the time he said that and then became exclusive, it had been over 2 months. We'd gone to Japan, and I handled conversations with lots of other people every day. I forgot about it and thought Bao was unaware of him working with us. There was no conversation at the TwitchCon party we were at that I can remember Bao being a part of while talking to Sak specifically about working together. She was there talking to us at different points, but not at the same time as that.
I don't understand what this whole section is. He trying to justify it? Like, his explanation isn't... It doesn't really help anything, you know? Sak, thanks to let you know ASAP. Not sure what they're on about not knowing with me working with him since I asked Bao with Cinder and Red standing right next to me at TwitchCon if it was fine. Since I'd agreed to do all that Halloween album, would probably miss one of the songs. No problems with it at all. So Red does apologize to Sak right here. Let's listen.
I want to say I'm sorry to Sak for the pressure I put him under while working on our music video, and overworking him during the holidays with what he was experiencing at the time. If I had things better planned and finished sooner, there wouldn't have been such a time crunch. I also want to apologize for the hostility in my messages to him when he told me he was closing his commissions. It was his choice to do so, and I shouldn't have distrusted him.
At least there is acknowledgement. I mean, at least there is, like... At least he's not doubling down. That's better than nothing, right? Red, you have a lot of work to do, but I think you need to stay away from content creation. That's my opinion.
Red came up with his theory about Bao and brought it to me. This was a verbal conversation, so I have no evidence of it, only of the events around it. I didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor just to hurt us. Right. I was upset about not being able to work with Sak again too, but I told him we'd just have to find a new editor. When confronted with her actions over the past few times we saw her, I said they weren't a big deal. Red was persistent and went through his evidence over and over, until I got mad too. I caved on the YouTube comment, and I understood what he was saying to me, but I didn't agree with his conclusion. I was already stressed out because of my new model debut in 3 days, and I was hosting the vtuber Awards pre-show the day before that. That's where my Fansly announcement would also be, and another thing I was nervous about doing at all.
Alrighty, so she had a lot of pressure going on, right? And she disagreed with Red.
Now Red was telling me he knew one of my friends had purposely done this to me. I defiantly told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told me to ask Bao about it, but I told him to since he was the one with the problem. I had a collab on another friend's channel the next day that included Bao. Red wanted me to cancel it last minute because she was involved, after I had already made an announcement about it in my Discord server earlier.
Cinder, I'm doing a Christmas confession collab on Blank channel tomorrow. Friday, December 13th with Blank and Bow, Pyro Pups. Use this link to submit a confession. Make sure to check off that you're a Pyro Pup. Are you naughty or nice? All right, let's continue.
I didn't want to hear it, got upset, and just went to bed from the stress of everything. Because of our fight, I was asleep and missed the Okami sequel announcement. I tweeted about it when I woke up.
Okay, awesome, because I know she was inspired by Okami. So that's why that was big and important to her, chat. Just like extra context.
Neither of us ever talked to Bao about any of this, even after just days earlier she had started a group chat with us both. It's my fault for never trying to clear things up when I had the chance.
You should have.
I just wanted this to go away and keep the peace between me and my friends. In my apology I said, I wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up, and letting it spiral to the point it got to. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put into my head. I wish we would have been able to talk about this.
I really wish you would have talked about it. I really wish you would have talked about it with her, but, you know, hindsight's 20/20, right? What's up, albino? I said earlier, but this whole segment could have been something to do. I made assumption follow through and I'm fucked up. That's on me. Yep. Absolutely. What I want to see here is that I think I want to make a statement here about something. I think that Cinder needs to push back on her manager more, period, right? She allowed this to continue and she owns that responsibility, right? I think that even though she may not have known the extent of the stuff Red did towards Bao, sadly she still owns that responsibility. Is that a fair statement, chat? I feel like it's a fair statement to make. Here, Booba. I mean, I can give you more Booba than that if you want. What? To be fair, I do like how her Booba is drawn. I do like how her Booba is drawn. He's guilty for allowing it to happen, you know?
Regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her the couple times I talked to her afterwards. She was still Cinder's friend. I asked Bao for advice about something work-related in December, and the last time I spoke to her was at the end of the year when her, Cinder, and their friends were dealing with something else going on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity came up when going to Nano about exclusivity.
So here we go, the collab with Bao and friends that happened on December 13th. I hope this was important,
I was at my friend's collab the next day with Bao. Bao messaged me afterwards apologizing for something that happened on stream. I didn't see her message right away because of everything I had going on that weekend. I replied after the VTA pre-show was over. I thought about saying something to Bao about what Red told me, but I didn't. I didn't want to start anything over what I believed to be nothing in the first place, and I had a hard time talking about things in general. I trusted Bao. I was still mad at Red, and my new debut was the next day.
Bao, I'm really sorry I spaced out at the end. It was like the lights were on and no one was home. I promise I'll never ever forget you. Your music I was running purely on fumes for the duration of the stream today. Also, if I didn't talk over you too much, I know Blank yelled at me for it, so sorry being more aware of it. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Cinder says sorry, been so busy with awards and debut. Don't worry, oh my god, collabs can be really socially draining for me. I zone out sometimes too. Bao says, no, you're totally fine. Oh, thank God. I'm watching right now. I voted for you in every category. Also, fancy sweep. Wait, let me send you something useful. I got recommended this website that Blank, and I've very been crazy fast about doing it. I'm going to just slide you my referral link, but generally really do recommend it. If this gets you out of hand like me, Blank. Cinder says, I appreciate it. Artist 1 and Bao. Artist 1 told Red that they're working with Bao now. Blank, since you get the fancy out now, try to finish the bikini after my Bao projects before Blank. Ready up Bao projects now. Blanks may have paywall stuff though. Blank, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere if that's a concern. Yeah, no, it's not. It's just the first time Bao's picked up one of our regular people we work with. Again, why does that matter? These people can work with whoever they want to. Got her getting that back. Artist says, I was actually Blank to refer me. She had no idea who I was before, I think. Talking about your editor, LOL. Red says, our editor is one, but not the only one. It's no big deal. He says It's no big deal when you make your bag, but it doesn't feel that way.
Artist number 1 told me they were working with Bao now. This was only a few days after I spoke to Sak, and Cinder and I had an argument over my theory about Bao. The other regular people we work with I was talking about here was Nano, from when she was working with Bao earlier in the year. I told artist number 1 that it wasn't a big deal they were working with her. Artist number 1 never knew my thoughts on Bao that were told to Nano in January. I was mad at Bao, but I wasn't planning to do anything about it. It was only when I went to ask Nano about exclusivity did I have the idea to include Bao's name as a way to get even with her.
Alright, first he made this, Ackermore made this announcement about working exclusively with Bao. Same day as my Heaven Hound model debut. Why does it matter? Main character syndrome. How dare he announce he's working exclusively with Bao on my Heaven Hound model debut? Why does it matter? Cinder, why does this matter? Like, actually, what is even the point of mentioning this? No. This is Cinder right now. That's Cinder right now.
As far as
this
I was
is Cinder,
aware,
guys,
Sak
right
was
here.
already basically exclusive to Bao to the same degree our video editor was to us, if not more so. For him to do a complete 180 in under 2 weeks from Boss Rush's release was unbelievable to me. He put his exclusivity with Bao in writing, publicly, and asked to be completely anonymous without being credited going forward with no reason other than he wanted to.
And that's his prerogative.
I just couldn't believe there wasn't more to it. I don't know if Sak ended up making any of his own content like he told me since this happened.
I mean, again, we already know he said he was wrong, and it's just kind of like, you need to add to it. Like, he can do whatever he wants. He's a person. It's his prerogative.
Sak opened his commissions again and is apparently not working with Bao anymore. The very thing that sent me over the edge about Bao last December didn't seem to last.
He just had a video commissions available for higher MVs, blah, 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 blah. So again, this is just them not working with each other. You know, good luck out there, gamer. Be free from the basement. Think of everything the last 2 years. I'll truly cherish all the memories, content we made together. So, but why does this matter? Why does this matter? Something maybe happened. Maybe Sak. There's enough explainable way here. I don't understand why this is included. It just feels like he's like, okay, well, I realized I wasn't crazy. I realized I was crazy for thinking this, but oh, guess what? But I'm not crazy now because of this. Like, like, why does it matter, dude? Things change, things happen. All of this is explainable away. Including this makes me feel like you still don't get it. You know, it really makes me feel like he does not get it.
Like was shown in Nano's section, artist number 1 wanted to discuss a permanent, paid position with us, and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. This is where the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from.
Yeah, I understand that.
January 10, 2024. Artist number 1 messaged Red the morning after pitching their idea to him about our video editor, and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field. In the brief conversation Red and I had about it, we agreed that if we were going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor, we'd want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them.
We've already seen all this message, so we already know about this. Again, we understand that that's why you want the exclusivity because of the editor, right? And that's why you suggested it to Nano. We get that. This is probably the 4th time it's been said.
I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano had suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to artist number 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients, and to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else.
Once again, what's the wrong way to
artwork
think?
commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. As for the exclusivity with artist number 1, Red and I had only agreed that we wanted to have it for their work, and didn't talk about naming anyone to them.
Okay, we're very, very, very aware of that, right? This is probably the fourth time it's been mentioned, but again, inherently you wanting to take away the opportunity for Silvervale so you wouldn't quote unquote be compared anymore. Yeah, no, Cinder, that ain't it, girlie.
This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day, or even knew he had until after they had already come to an agreement, without my involvement.
Oh, we gotta look!
Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs, and not in our project server chat where all three of us were. This quote from my apology refers to this deal they made. We had come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push onto her, and it was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with, not an entire list.
But the thing is like, it doesn't matter whether it's one person in an entire list. You inherently trying to take opportunities away from other people is the problem. And that's what... I know you said it's wrong, but I feel like you keep fighting against that point. It doesn't matter if it was a list. You still did the act of it, right? And that's problematic.
I should have said negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned. In Nano's and Val's documents,
you're taking away future opportunities.
Was presented out of order and purposely left out information. This was the second of 4 total times, with 3 different artists, I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. In this instance, it was in negotiations for an exclusivity deal.
And we're very aware of this one right here, right? We've seen this screenshot quite a bit. I have some ideas. What do you think would make it work for you? Talking about the exclusivity.
What I told Nano we were looking for was exactly what Cinder and I agreed to. Not taking on any brand new model clients, and not to make any more models or outfits with Silvervale. Existing model clients and artwork commissions wouldn't be affected. This was so Nano would have more time to focus on our projects, and was the only other time since November 2023 that I ever mentioned anything about the value of Nano's models. The more there were, I wanted to preserve the value of existing Nano models, like Cinder's, and the more models Nano accepted, the more recurring clients she'd have, meaning she'd have less time for any projects we may ask her to for. Models were the most time-consuming thing she did. We never considered including and cutting off any of Nano's existing model clients since many of them were our friends, besides Silver. Cinder has always been supportive of anyone who's debuted a model by Nano.
4 times, but what I want to talk about, chat, is existing model clients and artwork commissions would be affected. But here's the thing, chat. When you get a model, right? Let's say that you want to add to that model or get a new toggle, or you want to work with that artist again to update your stuff, right? The problem inherently is that if you're cut off from working with that person in the future, you have locked them into a situation where they're not going to be able to ever update that initial model. So yes, existing clients or artwork commissions will be affected, but all the future stuff, you literally like put them into a square, right? You drew them into the basement. You put them into a jail where they're now entrapped in having to no longer work with the artists that they're used to working with, etc. You're taking away future opportunities, and that is a problem. Again, this is them talking about the new models and outfits, etc. Right? Alright, I'm just making sure we didn't already read this.
I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did to us, and I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend and because I knew she was on Nano's waitlist in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Cinder, and Cinder strongly disagreed with what I thought about Bao, but if I was going to make a deal with Nano, then I wanted to try to include Bao at the very least.
Yeah, you're just entrapping them in a situation that they're not going to have a solution for.
I didn't want them to be able to get a model from Nano, but I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew
That's the
Nano
same
didn't
thing.
have anything lined up with Silver. The last time I heard she
That's
had
kind of
gotten
the
down
same
for a
thing.
model was when she cancelled it in 2023,
Very expensive,
and I
too.
was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist after Nano cancelled on her the first time in August, since that was the last time Nano mentioned it.
I didn't want anyone to be able to get a model from Nano, but I was looking to never cancel anything or anyone. I mean, like, this kind of feels like it's the same thing. Like, I know it's not exactly the same thing, but it kind of feels that way, you know? I didn't want him to, but I wasn't going to tell them to cancel. Well,
her to-do list again,
I mean, is it much
so
better?
I said it was fine to leave things as they were when Nano revealed it to me. I did feel bad about the idea of Nano cancelling on Bao a second time, even if I didn't want her to work with Nano, and I would have left it there. Nano asked me if I was sure, and said she's not down to work with people SINDER didn't want her to.
Yes,
SINDER
because you
only agreed
influenced
to
her
ask Nano
and
about
talk shit about
Silvervale
Bao
and
when
did
there
not
was
agree with me
faceless.
about Bao. Before this, I was using
Yeah,
me
we
and
don't
our
know
like
equal
I would
leader.
in
It's not
any
even our business.
conversation with any one of our partners. But if Nano was okay with what she wanted, I made sure to tell her how we both felt. In an overzealous attempt to get even with Bao, I took advantage of that and made it sound like SINDER agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong of me to do this. Everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out of Nano's.
Well, you lied about
and Bao's
Bao and you lied about Silvervale, so actually you lied about lying. I can't believe I have to say that. It's the only time I lied about anything to Nano. You know, you lied to Nano about Bao, and you lied to Nano about Silvervale. So actually, that's 2 times you lied. Absolute minimum again. So you lied about lying. I didn't think it was possible. Wow. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, that's pretty low bar.
What I described to Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao making her editor Sacramore go exclusive with her because of Boss Rush's music video he made. I knew he thought this way in December, but I never agreed with him and he held it against her. I was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. I should have talked to Bao about it, but I never did.
And that's from SINDER, of course. I don't know where SINDER about. Don't worry. That message right there, right? I get a lot of repetition right here, chat, but I do want to at least read it off. Because I think at the end it goes pretty fast.
My message about Cotton was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself, and would later say to me I don't really care about Bao and Cotton.
Nano did admit that.
Nano's messages saying I rather work with SINDER than Bao DW, being SINDER's mom means a lot to me, were removed as well. And this was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her, instead of it being me responding to what she said like what actually happened. When I told Nano that Bao's songs flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them,
this is the
implying
20th time
that
you
I
said
thought
that, bro.
it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano, although I didn't explain that to her. Plus none of this can leave our chat, and again this is all secret talk, was to keep this from everyone, including SINDER.
Yeah, they moved to the chat for news document with a message about Cotton edited out. So of course I understand better, especially if it cancels for the second time. And then they're talking about the stuff going on. Bao's been getting my nerves, etc. Right? Well, this she's giving a lot of bias priority at gamer subs. Again, messages you've already seen, right? Putting this thing about Sacramore, and Nanolist is like, wait, that's weird. You know, talking about the whole editor debacle thing, which now we know in context. Red has shared this with not only their editors, but also with Nanolist as well. So I feel like this at least proves to a point that he likes to gossip about the problems that he has with other creators.
I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping her music video editor, Sacramore, from working with us on any other music videos. The other things I said about Bao here were all non-issues that became a list of grievances after what I thought she did. It sounded so harsh because I was angry about it, and I was venting to someone I trusted about something I genuinely believed happened. I thought that if she was going to gatekeep her editor, then I was going to try gatekeeping our artist. I couldn't see what I thought happened making sense any other way. Everything I said here I believed, and was true to my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because.
Well, they were.
I now know I was wrong.
Yeah, no, they
Nano
were.
was the only person I told my feelings and theory
They're not lies
about
I was making up just because. No,
SINDER.
they were though. Like the because, just because. The because is of your own delusion. So no, actually, they were lies that you made up because of your own delusion. Like, I know you say, "Oh, just because," but like, you shouldn't have made them up at all. Period. Right? So, we've already read this part. We've already read this message. We can do a deal. We've already read this. This is all just reposts. What about new babies? That'd be another deal. And until we make a separate deal for new model clients, separate from our post idea. Is it what they're talking about? All work as well, right? They were talking about they wouldn't need ready to replace. We've already read this. They wouldn't do the Demon Cinder figures, part of the payment. We've already read this. And I went back and forth and negotiated a deal. We've already read this. I knew all along I could just manipulate Nano, do whatever I want. His bad faith argument, we read this. No manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at that time. You did lie to her. Just because you believed it doesn't make it true. We've already read this. And did I always have care for our friends? Clearly not if you're willing to lie about stuff. Anyway, we've already read this whole section, chat. I'm not skipping it. It's repetition. Yeah, hopefully.
After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we've always done. We'd fully pay for Nano's new model's rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement,
this is a repost as
or
well.
that Bao had another model that was cancelled. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients we had talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it as I was told it was.
So guys, I'm
to
gonna...
a schizo person, a lie isn't necessarily a lie, just saying LMAO.
So I'm going to, I'm gonna look through this because I don't want to keep repeating ourselves and the same things over and over. But this is a repeated section here. I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao. Shortly after the deal we made with Nano, and he told me about it. Red message artist number 1, our thoughts about on their agreement. So, and this was them talking about their agreement, like, you know, of course, this person was talking about the model, the effects, model rigging, etc. We've already seen this. We've already seen this. Of course, Red goes on to say, I was thinking of giving them the same names I'd given Nano. They told me they recently started working about. We're going over in the past, Cinder and I didn't talk about any names given to artist number 1. And of course, Red talking about points about exclusivity. We've already seen this, chat. And then he goes on to say there's a third of 4 times. Again, we've already seen this. Artist number 1 since the document. Red goes, yeah, you know, it's really well laid out. Artist 1 since a written agreement to go over. Ultimately, you know, it never happened because they delayed it. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal a month later. Again, we've already read this. We've already read that as well. Nano messages. Cinder, we've already read this. About her messaging and being like, I feel bad, but I can't go through with the exclusivity deal. Cinder talking about it. And of course, they're showing these screenshots of searching Bao and Cotton in my own DMs. So trying to prove that she didn't talk about Bao or Cotton in her own DMs, right? Last message is DM with Bao. Hi, Pookie. I know you like your practical jokers and some QB members reference them. And the whole cast got outed for talking to young girls or something. I just want to let you know in case you bring it up. Yeah, I saw the Joe allegations a while ago and it's just spiraling about, oh no, I know you liked them. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. New stuff. Finally, new stuff. I think.
After our argument in December, Red and I didn't talk about Bao again until sometime after my Heaven Hound debut. He pressured me not to interact with her professionally anymore. I wasn't going to agree to that, but I didn't want this to cause problems between us at home. Bao was a friend that lived across the country, I only saw every few months, and already didn't do things often with. I lived with Red. So I chose to do just enough to keep the peace, finding a middle ground between us. I didn't plan anything with Bao one-on-one, which we already rarely did. I didn't raid her in the times I was able, and I didn't retweet artwork of us two together on my NSFW Twitter account. Red didn't want to include Bao in anything Boss Rush related either, including collabs.
You let Red influence you right here. This is admittance of letting Red in his feelings influence your decision making.
It was wrong of me to push my feelings about Cinder's friend onto her and expect her to essentially cut her off. Initially in December, I didn't want Cinder, the brand, to interact with Bao's at all. I didn't want Bao to be included in anything Boss Rush related either because I thought their music video was the motivation to make Sacco exclusive. I took what I thought happened as Bao acting against all three of the girls, not just Cinder. After my deal with Nano I considered us even, and by the time Nano walked her deal back I didn't care to find out if Bao's model was still cancelled. I wasn't angry at Bao anymore, just soured on her. I eased up on my feelings towards her with Cinder as months went by, but the way things had been was the way they stayed. I was eventually open to the idea of a 6-person Boss Rush song with all of Cinder's friends. It doesn't matter. You already did the bullshit, right? Like you already did the action. Like, oh well, but now I'd lighten up on it. It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. Group activities with directly her and our friends that I still interacted with and collabed with Bao like
directly
always.
Affected her.
I was one of the 6 of us that often took the initiative and tried planning things for all of us to do together.
You influenced Cinder to not want to work with her, and you directly affected her because of that. Hey, Cinder, I know it's a bit stressful dealing with girly pops. Sometimes when our schedules clash, you put so much work into forming collabs and stuff to Boss Rush and girly pop, probably a bit tiring. I wanted to say sorry about today. My goal is to always be there for my friends when they need. Hopefully make it easier, not harder. Again, sorry, and have a good stream. Cinder, girl, you don't have to be sorry at all. I knew it'd be a little challenging during the holiday and flu season. Oop. I'm not upset about anything. I'm not trying to have everyone together when y'all are feeling good. I don't have to worry about travel or other obligations. It's always so much fun hanging out. So I definitely don't mind rescheduling or doing things differently with smaller groups. Rest up and feel better soon. Blank, I really appreciate you noticing. I'm going to do my best for us to have a good time. Okay.
I didn't talk to Bao outside of our friends group chat unless she messaged me first. But the same was already true for her before my disagreement with Red, and for almost all of my other friends for a long time, like I explained in the accountability section of this document. Besides our group chat, the exception to that was with Boss Rush.
Gotcha. Looks to me that Red is the kind of person who manifests his mind, must be the truth and everything is a lie. What the average Twitter user... Google autocorrect said, did you mean the average Twitter user?
Since Boss Rush's inception in March 2024, I've gotten to be much closer friends with Tricky and Vienna than with other friends. After our first song premiered at the end of November, I chose to focus on doing more together with them. It was much easier to plan things between the 3 of us, rather than all 6 of us, because of everyone's conflicting schedules and other things they may have had going on. Boss Rush felt like our version of Bao, Numi, and Shiny
like Bikini Bottoms. Yeah.
Making music, collabing together, and doing our own thing outside of plans with everyone.
Okay, so time matter friendship.
Because of this, Red and I felt like Yuzu was left out. He had the idea early on that we'd like to eventually bring Yuzu into Boss Rush so she would be included in something too. This idea came before he ever had anything against Bao. These are all Red's messages in our Boss Rush group chat where he talked about the idea of Yuzu and a song we'd make with her. The first 2 messages are cropped because they're part of a long string of DMs that aren't relevant.
I'm gonna be honest. I know it's being bad friend compromising Red and Boss Rush's role. I'm gonna be honest. These are just irrelevant. Period. Right? Why do we need this chat? Considering this is going over the 3 of you and looking like Numi, Bao, and Lily are doing their own music thing with the Bikini Bottoms, Easy's kind of left out for me to group projects. I reached out to her to see if she has any boss model designs coming up. Anyways, if you guys are down, we want to include her in a second song as addition to Boss Rush group, maybe in the first quarter half of 2025. I just don't. What does this help with, chat? Please help me understand, because I don't. I'm be very straightforward. I don't understand why this is even included. The 3rd song is the one that they did bring Yuzu on for with more blank, tone like a blank song, just brainstorming ideas. Boss Rush 3-4 with Yuzu for the summer. from Red. Red says it'd be blank with blank skins, blank song, haven't figured out solid plan, but maybe blank, to blank with blank themes to possibly feat Yuzu. Feels like a late night, like, TV show where they just blank out all the cuss words.
When we would be looking for a fourth person for our Boss Rush collabs this year, Red would suggest Yuzu. Her being involved alongside Boss Rush would have led up to her being introduced in a new song. It'd be a hint to the fans the same way the frequent collabs between Tricky, Vienna, and I throughout last year were intended to be before Boss Rush debuted. But when I was cancelled, we still hadn't talked to Yuzu about joining Boss Rush or doing a song with us. There was only one collab between us four specifically in January, but I did end up playing through Split Fiction with Yuzu in March too. There were 5 Boss Rush collabs, and 5 girly pop collabs that included Bao, since the start of 2025 and before April.
Okay, I mean, cool. I just looked.
In March,
I'm confused.
Bao asked me and our friends in our group chat about doing a group song together for the end of 2025 in December. I turned her down, but I would have been willing to do one next year. It wasn't because of Red, and it wasn't because I didn't want to. I had 6 to 7 music projects already lined up for this year, with one of the most important being Boss Rush's song with Yuzu projected for December already. I know it doesn't mean much without all the details of what they are, or who they were supposed to be with, but this was my music release schedule
to be honest,
for
it
this
doesn't
year
matter.
when Bao asked.
You know what I mean? It really doesn't matter, but anyway, I'll read it off.
June 2025, a cover song for my 3rd anniversary August 2025, Boss Rush's 2nd song September 2025, an original song produced by Numi October 2025, an original song I was asked to be a part of by a creator I look up to October 2025, Boss Rush's 3rd song December 2025, Boss Rush's 4th song, which was planned to include Yuzu sometime in 2025, a cover song I was asked to do with another friend.
Also, the cops are not just hang out with friends, but to promote product, totally not transactional in any capacity. I'm gonna try not to take it that way, kamikaze, but
the Boss
I can see how
Rush
you can
projects in
decipher
August
that.
and December were planned to be much bigger endeavors, similar to the first song's launch. Boss Rush's song for October might have been pushed to 2026 to have more time for December's song, and that's what my focus was on. I didn't want Boss Rush's December release to conflict with the project Bao wanted to do together. I know the time investment needed to put music projects together and how difficult it is to get myself to record my own vocals sometimes. I didn't want to sacrifice the plans I already had for this year and commit to another song. Even Numi said no to Bao at first because of her own schedule. I was removed from this chat when the documents were posted, so I don't have screenshots of anything from it.
I'm not surprised by that. And how much more I was doing and planning with mine and Bao's other friends within our same friend group, because how I was neglecting her. Bao felt isolated, also evident from her tweets in March. My friends are busy, do not hate me. My friends are busy, do not hate me. How do you know this was about you? Being alone in a crowded room sucks to them. Did she tell you that? Maybe she didn't hear, but I'm gonna put that on the shelf because we don't know if Bao was actually meaning them. But anyway, let's continue.
We still did things together as a big group, even though I chose to turn down the group song, and Numi never seemed to have a problem with the few of us doing things separately, but I understand how Bao must have felt. I wasn't including Bao in any of my own things, and when our friends had free time, it went towards our plans together, without her. Numi said Bao confided in her about me and the way she thought I felt about her, but never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt, the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings.
Let's check this out.
Bao and I had talks when she would confide in me and wonder if these things that she was feeling about her were true. And I would do whatever I could to tell her that there's no way, because we had no reason to believe otherwise. And
Okay,
it
so she's
sucks
just
that
saying Numi like kind of like soft confirmed her thoughts about it essentially. Numi's about confiding her about the way she thought I felt about her, but never did Bao try to talk directly about how she felt the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings. So she's basically just trying to be like, well, I didn't talk about my feelings, but Bao didn't either. I'm gonna be so honest. Just leave Bao out of this, bro. Just leave
I was
Bao out of
neglectful
this.
of Bao and my friendship with her, and ignorant of how the things I did, and did without her, were making her feel. I stayed quiet and gave in to Red, hoping he would move on over time, never knowing what he did unsaid behind my back. I was an awful friend to Bao for months when she didn't deserve it.
I think I'm more willing to believe that Cinder did not know about this about Bao. I think I'm a little bit more willing to believe that.
Bao posted
as
her
this goes
document
on.
just 6 minutes after Nano posted hers, at 1:48 a.m. EST. She had already removed Red and I as friends on Discord, and blocked us both on Twitter.
I know some people are gonna be like, oh, this was a planned attack. I can't believe that they got together to do this coordinated attack. Yeah, we already know that. Like, we already know that they probably talked to each other beforehand and released all this information at the same time. It doesn't make that information any less true or any less damning. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they compared notes. You know, like, I see these people go like, oh, well, they did a coordinated release of information. So that's horrible. That's bad. It doesn't make the information change, though. Like, the information they released together, it was bad.
This is a message I sent to another close friend at the end of December. Ironically, I didn't have healthy communication with my friends.
It's healthy to do. And then I think she just felt very, like, vindicated because of what happened, right? She was like, oh, maybe Cinder actually did feel that way about us. But I feel like this whole Bao section, like, in a nutshell, I feel like I feel like it was unnecessary, right? I want to go back here and see this part where, you know, he's sharing these messages again about Bao. The important part is the nanolith stuff, right? The nanolith stuff is very, very important, right? But I feel like this really just, like, I don't feel like this did that many favors, right? If anything, to me, it made Red look worse, right? And, like, why he felt that way and so on. And understanding why he felt that way just, in my opinion, paints him as even more of a villain, you know? I just think that, yeah, I just think that did not do him any favors, right? Now, again, the nanolith stuff is very, very important, but I feel like just the Bao section by itself, right, was not necessarily really that helpful, you know what I mean? So I feel like you could honestly just left it at the nanolith section, and that would have been enough. Bao says in her doc she gaslit herself about thinking she noticed because she didn't want to think badly of her friends because she read about the nano stuff. Yeah, whole section made Red look worse, and I think that was possible for. I didn't think that was possible for reading the section. Yeah, exactly. Wow, chat. It continues to get worse and worse. Wow. I think we've about hit that 5-hour mark. I think I've told you guys there's only so much I can stand reading this thing, and I'm gonna tell you, I think 5 hours is pretty much my brain just starts tapping out. This is where my brain just starts tapping out. I'm like, oh my god. So I think we're gonna call it here, guys. We will start off with the Numi stuff tomorrow, and I think we'll be able to finish the end of the document tomorrow, chat. Yeah, I think we'll be able to finish it tomorrow. So I'm gonna call it here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and talking. As always, I appreciate you all. I am gonna get some good food. I'm very hungry. YouTube, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate all of you. Have a great rest of your day. Twitter, thank you for listening as well.